Major funding for this program was provided by Friends of Iowa Public Television.
From Veterans Auditorium in Des Moines, Iowa, Iowa Public Television Sports presents the 1990 Boys High School Wrestling Championship, a tournament that started with 624 competitors and now has only 78 left. This evening, we'll determine 3 team titles and crown 39 individual champions. Good evening, everybody. I'm Doug Brown with Tim Johnson, and here we are live with lots of other people, more than 12,000 in Veterans Auditorium, and we're all looking forward to the thrill of a lifetime for some of these young men who are trying to be the thing, the champion of the state of Iowa.
Well, Doug, you talked about the crowd. I think it's really a tribute to the crowd right here. I think that they stream in here, 60,000 of them, to see some of the best wrestling in the nation. I don't think anybody argues with that.
And we know, too, that it's difficult to bring you every single match. There are 3 of them going on at one time, you know. So the Iowa High School Athletic Association has set up a 3-year rotation format to be fair to every class. And this is the way it works. This year, 3A has the first 4 weights. 1A has the next 4. 2A has the next 4, and heavyweight is a toss-up. Actually, we're going to make one switch. At 125 pounds, Shane Light's going for his 4th title for 1A. We'll put it there, and we'll have at 145 pounds the 3A class. Now, we'll just start with those. If another one comes along after the first one is over, we'll go to it right away. We'll try to show you as much as we can. And also, Dick Trotter and Dean Borg, our longtime floor reporters, are going to be there to tell you about what you didn't see. And boy, I'll tell you, what we will see is really something. And the story of the tournament, one of them certainly, is the story of the Light brothers of Lisbon.
It's a family story. Shane Light, the oldest son of Rudy Light, is going for his 4th state title. If he wins it tonight, Lisbon High School will become the only school to ever have 2 4-time state champions.
But he's not the only Light. Look here, we've got 2 more.
Ike Light, a freshman, Zach Light, a sophomore, are going for their 1st championship tonight. If they win it, the family has 6. That'll tie them with the likes of the Randalls, the Martins, and the Hagens.
And on their way maybe to the Gibbonses, who have a few more than that. And these boys have years to go. And at Belle Plaine, they have a 2-time champion going for 3.
Belle Plaine has a great wrestling tradition, and one of the finest wrestlers is Eric Allen. He has 97 straight wins, and he is going for his 3rd state title tonight.
And another 3-time seeker is Jeff Thyler of West Des Moines Dowling.
Some say Jeff Thyler has had the most dominating senior year in the history of Iowa wrestling. He has won 94 straight, and he's going for his 3rd tonight.
And he's part of a team that is going for a championship in what is a tremendous team race. And we're going to talk about that team race with Ron Seaman, who is the editor of the Predicament Wrestling newspaper. Ron, what is happening in 3A?
Oh, it's a Cinderella story, Doug. That team's been tied twice already. They're tied coming into tonight. Dowling with 3 wrestlers into the finals. Cedar Rapids Jefferson tied for 1st place. They have 2 wrestlers going into the finals tonight. You couldn't ask for anything better than that.
Now, you've seen wrestling all year long around the state. There must be a lot of surprises. What are they?
Oh, there are, and I can't take time to tell you about all of them, Doug, but I'll tell you what, there's a lot of boys that are state place winners from last year that won't be this year. For instance, Rock Valley had a young man finish 2nd last year. He is not even in the finals or not going to place in this tournament this year. It's just tougher and tougher every year. Iowa gets better.
Now at 2A, New Hampton has put together a terrific tournament.
He's got a nice set of workhorses there. He got 2 boys in the finals tonight, had a couple boys in the wrestlebacks. You just can't beat an effort like that. He got ahead 20 points and just stayed ahead 20 points.
But at 1A, it's a different story. Lisbon, well, what do you say? They had too much light on the subject?
Not too much light. Their little lights will shine, no doubt about it. Lisbon is super. That's the dream capital of Iowa when you want to talk wrestling. If you can't find a story there, you'll never find one, Doug.
Thank you, Ron. Ron Seaman of the Predicament Newsletter. And now, Tim, How about that? We're going to go look at the team championships as well as the individuals.
Well, the family affair, the Lights, 3 brothers going for state titles, and that 3A run for the money between Dowling and Jeff, how can we ask for more?
And you're going to see it all live here on Iowa Public Television. It's the 1990 Boys High School Wrestling Championships live.
Where can you find a yellow bird to help kids learn?
What would you do without me?
A neighborhood where a friendly man lends children a helping hand.
Please, won't you be my neighbor?
A high school where students have the same problems as Iowa teens.
I've got a bone to pick with you.
A jolly captain and his friends. And a friend to help kids select books. Only on statewide Iowa Public Television. Where can you find America's Favorite Clown? The story of a country music legend. The unforgettable Nat King Cole.
The German soldier was speaking pidgin English?
The erudite Bill
English. At that point,
Moyers.
he said, for you, the war is over.
An old-fashioned barn raising. And hours more. Only during Festival, March 5th through 18th on statewide Iowa Public Television.
We're back at the 1990 High School Wrestling Championships. And now, let's join PA announcer Mo Kelly for tonight's opening ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's high school wrestling time. And let's begin our Grand March 1990. Here they are, the top 6 place winners in their respective classes, in their respective weights. The Grand March of Champions 1990, led by the individual champions of 50 years ago, 1940.
young men who have come to Des Moines and finished in the top 6, Class 1A, Class 2A, Class 3A. And it's a big moment for them and for their family and friends up in the stands, and I'm sure at home to see them out here.
For all of us, Doug, it never fails to give me a charge when I see these young men, all the effort. You know, you see a few tears, you know, around here because they've been through so much. It's just really neat. And the fans are up clapping. They've been clapping since the kids stepped out onto the mat and started marching.
And they were led by the state champions of 50 years ago in 1940. You'll see more of them before the night is over, too. They'll be introduced again. But this is the Parade of Champions.
Now, there are a few relaxed people out there. The top 4, or 3rd through 6th, they're pretty relaxed now. It's all over for them. But we have some nervous ones out there in that march.
Numbers 1 and 2 still have to go, and you'll be watching them here in just a few minutes on Iowa Public Television. Now back to Mo Kelly.
Color guard, directed by Kent Keating. At this time, we ask that you join in the singing of our national anthem. It will be played at the organ by Bill Henderson.
A sellout crowd of more than 12,000, as always, I guess, for the final night of the state wrestling tournament at Veterans Auditorium in Des Moines.
21 years. 1970 was the first year. Actually 20 because they had to go away in 71, back up to Ames.
We're going to look here at the list of four-time state champions. There you see the list. There are 7 total, and Shane Light has the opportunity to become the 8th. And there's the man up at the first, Bob Steenledge, who did it the first time. He's from Britt. He won his 4th title in the year 1962. You see him there on the left talking to Ron Seaman. But earlier, Tim visited with Bob Steenledge.
Bob, it's been 28 years since you won your 4th state championship at Britt High School. Times change, wrestling techniques change, but some things never change. I don't think feelings change. Shane Light from Lisbon's going for his 4th state title tonight. What are his feelings?
I don't know Shane personally, but I'm sure he's going through many of the same thoughts I have. 28 years ago, you're thinking about why you're off for wrestling, why you want to win it the 4th time, and what it means for your future. And I'm sure he's very nervous right now.
You're a real believer in motivation, a real believer that kids need role models. What are you doing right now?
Well, Tim, the reason I believe in such a thing is because I see so many students, so many young people that don't seem to have a purpose in their life. And they seem to think in order to be successful, you have to have special gifts or it just falls in your lap. And I can see that they need somebody to tell them that the only way to be successful in life is to work hard, never give up, and make the right choices. And as a result, I go around and talk to high schools, anybody that is interested in hearing about motivation and success in life.
You've been such a role model to so many wrestlers in Iowa. What did wrestling mean to you?
When I was in high school, wrestling was my life. It was my ticket to success. I had an alcoholic father, and I didn't want to be like him, and it was the only hope I had. It was my hope to go to college. It was a hope to my future. And so wrestling played a very important part of my life in high school and in college.
Thank you for being with me, Bob.
Thank you.
Now, before we go back to Mo Kelly, let's take a quick look at how you score team points. First place, second place has already been totaled. First place gives 4 more tonight. And match points are scored another way. And we'll be seeing them all night long. Those are extra points for the team along the way, team scoring. But now match points take down to, the one thing you'll notice different from college is that there is no riding time in high school. Well, we're ready to go. Let's go to Mo Kelly.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's wrestling time, 1990. 50 years ago, on this very night, 1940, February 24th, a typical Iowa night, very cold. And at the New Hampton High School gym, the state wrestling tournament was held. The team champion was Osage with a total of 19 points. And we're very honored to have as our Grand March escorts this evening the individual champions of that 1940 state wrestling tournament. And we're going to introduce them to you right now, beginning with the 95-pound champion from Council Bluffs, Abraham Lincoln, 1940, Grant Hunter. At 115, the champion in 1940. This gentleman, by the way, is a member of our Wrestling Hall of Fame, a former coach, a three-time Iowa State champion, and in 1948, a silver medalist at the Olympic Games. Meet Jerry Lehman. At 135, the champion in 1940, representing Fort Dodge High School, Dick Black. One of the members of the state championship Osage team that year at 155, Dick Gost. And the heavyweight champion in 1940 from East Waterloo was Harold Zell. Another big hand for the champion.
Don't think I'd like to get in there with Harold even right now. He looks pretty tough. Those are the 1940 champions. And Gerald Lehman, of course, was a coach at Lehigh. He was also a great national champion at Iowa State Teachers College. Here's Mo Kelly again.
This is the largest high school wrestling meet in the country. We have more participants. As a result, we have more coaches. We have by far more attendance at our state high school meet than any other state. Now, if you have a meet that big, it takes a lot of workers to conduct the meet. And some of the more important workers at that meet are the scorers and timers. They have to be sharp at all times to pick up those movements, the signals from the officials. They have to keep that clock running at the proper time. And we have a group of scorers and timers we're real proud of. These fellas come from every walk of life. Some are retired, some are schoolmen. We have a computer programmer. We have a couple of farmers. We have men that work for the phone company, but they have two things in common. They enjoy the sport of wrestling, and they enjoy helping out our young people who engage in this tournament. Many of these fellas have put in not just a year or two, but they've been doing this for 15 years or more. I want a big hand for something that's long overdue, a big hand for the scorers and timers of our state meet. Since 1970, the Iowa Wrestling Coaches and Officials Association, along with the Iowa High School Athletic Association, has been inducting members in our Wrestling Hall of Fame. These are people who have contributed greatly to the success of our wrestling program at the high school level in Iowa. And we have some inductees this evening that I would like to introduce you at this time. First of all, this gentleman started coaching at Clarion. He went to Nevada, started the wrestling program at Nevada High, went on to Turkey Valley, Jackson Junction, and put in 20 years as the head coach at Turkey Valley. Over 200 dual meet wins to his credit. Besides that, 3 teams that were among the top 4 in the state meet. He's no longer coaching, still a staff member at Turkey Valley. Meet Hall of Famer Jim Argis, accompanied by his wife, Judy. Next up is a story that's very interesting. At Primgar High School, when this gentleman went there, they had no wrestling. He went to the University of Northern Iowa, became interested in the sport. He started a program at Rudd Rockford Marble Rock, was there 3 or 4 years, and then moved on and became the head coach at Midland, Wyoming. All he did there was 16 straight years of winning seasons, and this was a fella that didn't see a high school wrestling meet until he coached in one. He is now the assistant coach. He turned over the reins to his former assistant. He still is helping with the program there. Meet Hall of Famer John Byers, accompanied by his wife, Mary. We've had some great individual champions through the years in Iowa at our high school meet, and this gentleman was a four-time champion. Now, we have several at this time. Well, not really a lot, but I guess 5 or 6. The first one occurred in 1962, and then it was 14 years later that this young man became our second four-time champion. I didn't have a bad record in high school, 126-0 and 100 pins. He was on 4 straight state championship teams at Emmetsburg High while he won his individual titles. He went to the University of Iowa, was a 3-time Big Ten champion, and participated on 4 NCAA tournament championship teams while there. Meet at one of our 4-time winners from Emmetsburg, Jeff Kerber, accompanied by his wife, Robin. Our next inductee, one of our 3-time state champions. He went on to community college in his hometown of Eagle Grove, Iowa Central, and became a national champion in the community college ranks and an All-American as well. Got into the coaching field, helped at Fort Dodge a year or 2, then went to Webster City for 1 year, and a year ago he got to come back home. Now he's coaching at his alma mater, Eagle Grove High School, one of our 3-time champions, Dave Morgan, accompanied by his wife, Deanne. Our next inductee was a champion himself in high school at Waterloo East, went on to UNI, participated there, went right out of college to the community of Sigourney, and spent 25 years at Sigourney as the head coach, compiling over 200 dual meet wins. He no longer is the head coach there. By the way, he had 5 teams while he was there in the top 3 in our state tournament too, and of course, many qualifiers at the state level. He's still on the staff at Sigourney, no longer the head coach there, however. 25 years of service, and great service it was. Meet Hall of Famer Jack Smith, accompanied by his wife, Barbara. Our next gentleman, while at Des Moines North High School, participated in our state meet. At Drake University, he was a baseball player, started a coaching and teaching career, and eventually ended up at Valley West Des Moines. He was an assistant wrestling coach there for a while, but in 1970 became the head coach. He's still the head coach, but not for long. This is it, his final year, his 20th year as head coach at Valley. He's had many, many teams in the top 10 in Class 3A, has had several individual greats, and I do mean great, some fellows that went on to become NCAA champs and All-Americans in college. How about a big hand for Hall of Fame coach from West Des Moines Valley, Jim Underfer, accompanied by his wife, Alice.
This is the part of the state tournament every year where you put everything in perspective and you get a sense of what went before.
What happened before, and boy, I'll tell you, you get those 3- and 4-time state champions, it just kind of leaves you in awe.
And they love to come back, too. It's one of the high points of the tournament. Here's Mo Kelly again with more awards.
The Iowa Wrestling Coaches and Officials Association have a breakfast at our tournament, and during that breakfast, they have the privilege of selecting among their members some award winners, some coaches of the year, an official of the year, a junior high coach of the year. To present these awards, we have two of the officers of the Iowa Wrestling Coaches and Officials Association. Jim Steyert is the current president. He's from State Center. The gentleman in the middle is Al Billings, who serves as vice president. He's the head coach at Belle Plaine. And next to Al is Doug Guilford, who is the secretary treasurer. He's the head coach at Starmont. Now, let's introduce the fellas that have been selected by their peers as the Coaches of the Year. First of all, our Class 1A Coach of the Year is from Lake Mills, Jamie Ball. And he is Jamie was an assistant at Lake Mills, is now the head coach there, and he is accompanied by his assistant coach also being honored, and that gentleman is Bill Burns. Jamie Ball and Bill Burns, they're tops in Class 1A. Our 2A Coach of the Year was in the Hall of Fame among those inducted just a year ago. Has had a great career at New Hampton High. Had 8 qualifiers coming into our state tournament. Has made a tremendous showing here at our 1990 state tournament. He's put in over 20 years of service. Our 2A Coach of the Year is Arlen Severson of New Hampton. And his assistants are Ron Crooks, along with Rich Leichman, the 2A Coaches of the Year from New Hampton. Next up, another coach who has had a great 1990 season, capped off by 8 qualifiers in our state tournament this year. He started out at Cedar Rapids, Washington, spent 3 years there, and now 7 years at Cedar Rapids, Jefferson. And what a great showing they've made this season and in our state tournament. Our 3A Coach of the Year, Cedar Rapids, Jefferson, Dick Briggs. Dick's assistant coaches are Dan Connor, John Hegarty, and Henry Orton. The 3A Coaches of the Year from Cedar Rapids, Jefferson. You know, I imagine the head coaches get a lot of the credit, probably most of the credit, but it has to take some good work on the part of assistant coaches and also the fellas down in the junior high level to develop some of these young athletes and bring them along so they're great athletes when they get to the high school level. So each year, the Wrestling Coaches and Officials group selects a junior high Coach of the Year for great service to his school and to the wrestling program. And this year's honoree comes from Emmetsburg High, junior high we should say, I guess. That's Bill Eckert. He's accompanied by his wife, Jean. Believe it or not, the Iowa Wrestling Coaches and Officials Association also select an official of the year. By golly, they appreciate the good job that these officials do year after year after year. And the one that they are honoring this year is from Iowa Falls. He's been an official for about 11 years after spending some time as a wrestling coach. He's been a familiar sight at our state tournament, been in our state tournament as an official 9 times. That would be official Dale McDonough of Iowa Falls. Now, in conclusion, before we get into the action, we mentioned earlier that Jeff Kerber was our second 4-time champion. Throughout the years 1926 to 1962, we did not have a 4-time champion. The gentleman I'm going to introduce now was the very first 4-time individual champion. A champion all 4 years of his high school career at Britt High School. Meet Bob Steenledge.
Bob Steenledge, as we met him a while ago. Our congratulations to all of tonight's award winners. And they have won their awards over many, many years of activity. And we are going to see wrestling in just a minute. You all set to get at it, Tim?
I'm ready.
We're ready to go. We're going to crown 39 champions. We'll be back with the weight class first number one in just a moment.
Where can you find Dance in America? Great performances, nature, drama, and so much more. Only on statewide Iowa Public Television. Where can you find a concert by living legend Joan Baez? A reunion of the great Glenn Miller Band. Simon and Garfunkel performing in Central Park. The lovely Julie Andrews performing many of the songs she made famous. And even Elvis.
You came to the right place.
There's so much more to enjoy. Only during Festival, March 5th through 18th on statewide Iowa Public Television.
And we're ready to go. You see 3 mats out there, my friend. On the left, you'll be watching 3A. In the center mat, it's 1A, and on the right, 2A. Now, we're going to start, again, I told you we had the Iowa High School Athletic Association rotation system. So the first 4 weight classes will begin this year with the 3A class. The next ones will be 1A, the next 4 will be 2A, and we'll just kind of flip a coin and get up to heavyweight C-weight. We do have that one switch at 125 and 145. Because we're going to see Shane Light go for a 4th title at 125 for 1A. And we'll get a chance to see Jeff Thyler, who many people think might be the best wrestler in the state for a while. He'll be representing West Des Moines Dowling at 145 pounds. And so we'll see that weight along the way, too. We're going to begin, as we said, with the 3A weight at 103 pounds. And in the very first class, we have an undefeated wrestler.
Well, he's not only undefeated. Jeff McGinnis from Iowa City High, 40-0, is a 14-year-old freshman. I mean, that is incredible. Coach Clyde Bean is so excited about this young man. He says he's a quiet, very coachable, hardworking kid. But 14 years old, you got to know he's got to feel a little nervous.
Well, he has to be, because his opponent is a senior, Luke Swarbrick of Cedar Falls.
Well, these two have met before. Jeff McGinnis did meet Luke Swarbrick in the Urbandale tournament and beat him 8-2. So this is a rematch that they've met before, and so a very unique position that Jeff McGinnis, this freshman, is in.
40-0 this year. The referee, by the way, will be John Monroe Jr. of Indianola, Iowa. There is a mat judge on the mat, too. You'll be seeing him circling the outside in each situation, and when we have an opportunity, we'll mention who it is. It'll be Larry Blaker, in fact, of Perry, who will be the assistant referee. And the referee in each mat that we're following, at least the first one of the set that we start with, will have a microphone. So you'll be able to hear him talking to the wrestlers as they go. And we're getting very close to starting. The 1A and the 2A matches have just begun, and the 3As are just about to start. It'll be Jeff McGinnis of Iowa City against Luke Swarbrick of Cedar Falls. Now, the Iowa City wrestler, they both have red, but the Iowa City wrestler does not have the stripe. You see that McGinnis is wearing large black knee pads. And the other matches are going to be at 1A, by the way. Ron McNichols of Lenox against Ike Light, one of the Light brothers of Lisbon. And at the second mat, 2A, we'll have Brian Bennett of Jefferson against Jesse Whitmer of Eagle Grove, a junior against a sophomore there.
Well, Ike Light has jumped out to a 2-0 lead over Ron McNichols on that 1A match, Doug. And as we look at the 2A match before this one starts, it is Jesse Whitmer ahead 2-0 in the first minute against Brian Bennett's from Jefferson Scranton.
I'm not sure why the 3A match was so slow in starting, but now they're ready to go. With his back to you with the dark knee pads is the Iowa City wrestler Jeff McGinnis, the freshman, undefeated.
And Luke Swarbeck from Cedar Falls, a senior. His record's 32-1, coached by Gene Doyle, and his only loss is to Jeff McGinnis, his opponent tonight.
They were trading knee taps in this position on the knee down there. It's an interesting setup. They both tied up and went down on the mat. Now they start out again in the middle.
You know something about this Luke Swarbeck, he's got a lot of guts. He was down 8-3 in the first round of this tournament.
He just got the single leg on McGinnis.
Well, he was down 8-3 with less than a minute left, Doug, and he came back and cradled his opponent twice and won 9-8 in the first round of this tournament.
Swarbrick has decided that the best thing for him to do is to come out and start throwing moves, and he has just taken a 2-0 lead over Jeff McGinnis. So if the butterflies are going to go away for the freshman, they're going to have to go away pretty fast. 2-0 Swarbrick. Switch, but good counter back by Swarbrick. He still holds the position. No escape.
There it is.
It's 2-1 now in favor of Swarbrick of Cedar Falls.
Looks like they hit hits.
You guys okay? Take it right here, Green. You okay, son?
When he says green, one wrestler has the anklet in green, another one has a wrap in red. That's how it tells them apart on the scoreboard. And again, you see Swarbrick taking the shots from outside. He's been taking the play away from McGinnis in the first period.
He's trying to, this is McGinnis trying to get, now all he has to do is break him down. Looking to break his man down right here for 2 points.
Doesn't have it yet. There it is.
Let's go neutral, gentlemen.
It's tightened up over on the 1A match. It's 3-2.
And so now it's 3-2. At the end of the first period. 2 minutes in high school for each period, as you recall. 2-minute first period, 2-minute second, 2-minute third.
Green's going down.
And Swarbrick takes down.
An update on the 1A, it's 5-2 now. Ike Light from Lisbon leading Ron McNichols from Lennox. Still 2-0 on the 2A mat in favor of Jesse Whitmer. Now 2-1.
McGinnis goes into the crossbody ride. Has the leg in, working on the far arm. He has Swarbrick down 3-2 here. A freshman, McGinnis, rated #1 this year against
easy, gentlemen. Come on in.
a man who has lost only once to McGinnis.
I think we're seeing two wrestlers that like to wrestle on the mat. Jeff McGinnis in control right here. Likes to use his legs, likes to tilt, throw a half Nelson. But
little high, he's a little high.
He is a little high right now.
And so Swarbrick's trying to shake him down, shake him off, and a good move there by McGinnis to get his position again. Tough crossbody ride. You don't get riding time in high school.
Now look, he's throwing that half in and he's trying to pry that half through, but they say
that's twice with no action. Let's get it
no
going,
action.
Son. Come on in.
Stalemate. Jeff McGinnis against Luke Swarbrick.
Well, there was Gene Doyle and Keith Carmen, head coach and assistant coach of Cedar Falls that we just saw.
Half Nelson. Tough ride by McGinnis. Now he sucks his man back, tries to
see, now look at, he's scoring points there. It was close. It was real close there, and he just kind of throws a half in and rolls under.
He's tough with that half Nelson, and he's getting back points here.
He loves that half Nelson.
When he got to 5, that meant he had a 3-point near fall. He's trying to go for the pin here. In tight with the body, with the legs around the body, and a half Nelson up top. He leads 6-2 after the 3-point near fall. The freshman McGinnis. Still in that crossbody ride. He may have wrestled a lot of freestyle before his freshman year, but he obviously knows what to do in the folk style.
Well, he really does, and he's a cool customer. He's smooth, and he just goes about his work. And right now, he's looking at that arm bar, stepping across.
Easy,
he likes to work there in the half Nelson situation and on the arms.
In the Class A match, the lead is Ike Lights. He's ahead 7-4 with about 12 seconds to go in the second period.
And on the 2A mat, it's 5-1 in favor of Whitmer. Jesse Whitmer from Eagle Grove over Brian Bennett from Jefferson Scranton.
And McGinnis is out very quickly here to take a 7-2 lead with about 15 seconds gone in the last period at 103 pounds. We're just beginning our coverage of the Iowa High School Wrestling Championships. A freshman, Jeff McGinnis, on top.
Two red.
He has the takedown. He got it right there, and he's in with the legs. Boy, he's tough with the legs. And he also is tough with the arm bars, too. That's amazing for a freshman against a senior.
Well, you talk about the potential of four-timers, and when you have a freshman on the mat in the championships, you always have the potential. Right now, we have Ike Light from Lisbon on one mat, and right here, Jeff McGinnis, a freshman.
Well, he could just coast out here, you know, but he's not doing it. He's trying to put his man on his back more. He has a minute to go. Tough arm bar. Look at it, he just cranks it over.
See, he likes to roll under. That's, you know, that's a little unique and unorthodox. He likes to throw the arm bar, the half Nelsons, and roll under. Now he's working the arm bar on and the wrist, reinforcing it with that wrist.
It's been a tough match here for Swarbrick, who did get the first takedown, and that's all he's had.
And his only loss all year, once before to McGinnis, and it looks like he's headed for a loss right now.
Look at that. Do you think we're going to see this youngster again? 14 years old. Luke Swarbrick, who's had a great year, Cedar Falls, coached by Gene Doyle. But this freshman from Iowa City has been just too much for him twice this year.
In the match between Ike Light and Ron McNichols, Light from Lisbon leads 9-6 over McNichols from Lennox with 30 seconds left. McNichols riding Light and trying to turn him right now.
And there you see the switch over, the reversal by Luke Swarbrick. It came to that at the very end. It was not enough for Swarbrick, who falls to
14-year-old champion right there, Doug. Very happy. Nice job by Jeff McGinnis. Congratulations.
And the match ends at the 1A class. We just saw the very end, the man with his hands in the air.
Ike Light, freshman.
Ike Light, a freshman.
Two freshmen in a row right there. Boom, boom, state champions.
And I think we'll see them both again. The winner there was 9-6, Light over Ron McNichols, who's only a sophomore from Lennox. Obviously gave Light a good match. 10-6 was the final score. So it ends an undefeated freshman year by Ike Light at 103 pounds.
And we're finishing over in 2A.
They just ended there, just as we...
With the Eagle Grove, Jesse
score.
Whitmer winning 11-4.
Jesse Whitmer over Brian Bennett of Jefferson.
As a nice little present for his newly inducted Hall of Fame coach, Dave Morgan from Eagle Grove.
So we have our first champions here in the weight class that begins it all, the 103. You know, there used to be a 98-pound class, and everything's over 100 pounds now, so...
It doesn't mean the kids are, but the weight classes are.
They have to start somewhere. Here's go to Dean Borg.
Doug, Lisbon crowned his first champion just a minute ago at 103 pounds. Ike Light, the first of three Light boys to wrestle tonight. Ike defeating Ron McNichols of Lennox 10-6 in a rough and tumble match. And it was really, although the point spread was there, it was really rough and tumble right down to the last. Ike Light, though, the champion at 103. Dick?
All right, Jesse Whitmer in the 103-pound AA section from Eagle Grove really gave a lesson to Brian Bennett tonight as he overwhelmed the lad from Jefferson Scranton 11-4, and it started with the first 30 seconds when Jesse Whitmer becomes the state champ as only a sophomore. Back to you, Doug.
Thank you, gentlemen. We'll be checking back with Dean Borg and Dick Trotter from time to time after the matches all through the evening here as we bring you on Iowa Public Television the State Wrestling Championships from Veterans Auditorium in Des Moines live. We're now going to 112 pounds. Remember, in these first weights, we're starting with the AAA school class, and so we have at AAA Brent Paulson of Cedar Rapids Kennedy in the green against Jason Jewett of West Des Moines Dowling. His team is in the battle for the championship. They're tied coming into the final round with Cedar Rapids Jefferson at 94 points.
What a, we've really got the table set for that team championship. A very big match here.
Here comes Jewett around, but stopped by Paulson with the arm.
Well, Jewett's a senior. Brett Paulson, a sophomore. If you think you've heard the name Paulson before, you have. You've got Lance Paulson, a two-time state champion, was his brother.
At 1A, we have a man going for his third title. It's Eric Aylen of Belle Plaine, and we're going to try to see as much of that as we can later. Jason Raysty is his opponent from Green, Iowa, who is a junior. And at 2A, it's Brian Reese, undefeated, from Osceola Clark, the defending champion, who's won 71 in a row, against Lim Prim of Grinnell.
Well, as I was, before we cut away there, I was talking about Brent Paulson's brother, Lance. Lance won this weight class last year for Cedar Rapids Kennedy and his coach, Rick Blackwell.
In the green uniform, it's Brent Paulson and West Des Moines Dowling's Jason Jewett.
Jason Jewett was ranked #1 most of the year, but he'd given it up late.
Paulson's in on the leg. What can he do with it?
He's trying to cut it out across to a double and cover both the cover the hips and get both the legs there, and not able to do it with good position by Jewett here.
Yes, he has good hip position, good balance now. Jewett now has the overhook,
he gets out.
and he's out.
Okay. But, as I was saying, Jason Jewett had been ranked #1 most of the year, but he'd given it up to Cedar Rapids Chad Gallagher, and they met in the semifinals. And he beat Chad Gallagher.
Now this time, Jewett's in on the leg, but Paulson is sprawled out against it with a front Nelson.
Little quarter Nelson there, trying to turn it into a takedown, stuff in the head, but referee.
That's the end of the first period. No score.
Referee Mark Beans stopped it there and says, let's get going with that second period, boys.
Red, neutral.
Paulson picks neutral. He wants to start on his feet.
In the middle.
Paulson's 31-3, his record this year as a sophomore. Jason Jewett, 41, 4-1.
Now let's put this in perspective for the team championship. Jewett coming in on the double leg right there and getting the takedown to take the lead 2-0, is trying to help his team win. They have 3 men in the finals. Every time you win, you get to add that first place set of 4 extra points. They've already been given all the points for second place. And Dowling is tied with Cedar Rapids Jefferson at 94 points right now.
Well, at the same time, Jason Jewett was taking his man down. Eric Aylen, with 5 seconds left in the first period, got a 2-point takedown and is leading 2-0 in the second period now over his opponent from Green.
Bring him down to the mat.
Jason Reisty.
There was a warning just given to Jason Jewett, by the way.
Look at this double right here. He moves in real tight, then improves his position, steps through, and gets the 2 points.
Jewett riding. He was warned for what the official referee, Mark Bean of Iowa City, thought was too little activity.
Now, Jewett has this arm bar right there, and he's going to try to reach through and grab those wrists and try to reinforce that right there. And he's really tough with the arm bars.
Now less than a minute to go in the second period. By the way, we apologize to you if you're in the Sioux City area and having trouble seeing. We apologize for technical problems. Stick with it. We're working on correcting it.
Bottom man, red.
We'll try to tell you as best we can about what's going on as we continue.
On the 1A mat, Eric Aylen is now out to a 4-0 lead with a minute left in the second period.
And there's no score between Brian Reese and Lim Prim at 2A in the second period, which has just begun. Out of bounds. We have 45 seconds to go, second period. And the man in the top position here, Jason Jewett of Dowling, leads 2-0. Had a good ride. Flattens his man, goes into a cross face. Tough cross face there. He's keeping Paulson pretty well flat now.
Oh, that's a position right there that he is good at, that double finish. He's really got his strength in that double finish there and keeps control of Brent Paulson.
Now he breaks Paulson down with a head lever and goes
there. He
up
gets to that arm bar again.
To the bar.
Let's get to the middle, fellas.
It's at 3A. Jason Jewett in the 112-pound class
Stay there, top.
of the team that is tied for the 3A championship. The 2A and 1A are already settled. New Hampton at 2A, Lisbon at 1A. Have already won titles.
In the 2A, Doug, right now in the 2A mat, Brian Reese, who has won 71 matches in a row, is ahead of Lim Prim from Grinnell 3-1. Brian Reese from Osceola Clark.
And there we go. This is Jewett leading 3-0 now. A penalty was the third point.
Green down.
And this time at the end of the second period, we go into the other position, and for the first time, we're going to see that Jewett on the bottom.
And that's Ronnie Gray, the coach of the Des Moines Dowling, his first year taking over for Bob Dara. And on the left-hand side there, and his assistant, Mike Skoglund. Ron Gray, first year as a head coach.
Pretty good first year.
Yeah. Coach Dara, be proud of him.
And Bob Dara, you know, went down to Simpson College, where he's done awfully well, too. So now,
Jewett in on the single leg.
With a score 4-0 after the escape for
nice inside trip. Stepped in to the inside, tripped his man, Brent Paulson, down to his back.
6-0.
6-0.
Going for a state title. This is such a big one for Dowling. They win 2 matches out of the 3 that they have, and Jeff Thyler is a fairly decent vet at 145 pounds.
Well,
that
Jeff Thyler is
on
Jeff Thyler has a good opportunity to get more than just 4 points, because he's always a threat to score a lot of points. Technical falls, you know, it could be big.
No. We've got a caution. Where are you? We got a caution, Green.
Mark Bean cautions Jewett.
You're coming clear over with a tight waist now.
On the Class 2A mat, Lim Prim has just gone ahead of Brian Reese 5-4 with a minute and a half left in the match. That's Lim Prim from Grinnell taking a 5-4 lead, and now it's 5-5.
And Reese has won 71 in a row.
Right, it's a big match over there. Reese is undefeated.
They're going to catch me up here again on what's going on at 1A, and I'll give you that. It's the score there is Eric Allen 6 and Jason Rasty 2
with less than a minute left.
Center now, good starts, guys.
6-0 here at 3A with Jewett trying to get his team into that championship level at the 3A race. Break that 94-94 tie with Cedar Rapids Jefferson and win himself an individual title to boot. Jewett is a senior.
And here oh man, he has an arm bar and a half
Nelson top and a pin right like that. With 45 seconds to go.
Jason Jewett used an arm bar and a half Nelson, drove it to the mat, drove Brent Paulson to the mat for the fall. Goes 42-4 and a state champion.
And that's 6 points.
That's 6 points for Dowling. That's a big, big win for Des Moines Dowling.
That runs them up to 100 points, and they really are in the catbird seat.
Look at that armbar. He jumped across, drove the half, drove down, and now he settles down. See, look at, he got the pin right there. That was fast.
Jason Jewett.
That's how fast things can happen, Doug.
That's at 3A. And let's go to 1A,
where Eric Allen just won his 3rd state championship, Doug.
A 3-time championship against Jason Rasty of Green. And we'll have a few seconds here to watch you at the 2A mat, too, I'm sure, which is about a half a minute away from the end, and we may have an upset in the making down here.
It's 5-5. Whoever scores the takedown wins here. We have Brian Reese and Lim Prim. Brian Reese from Osceola and Lim Prim from Grinnell here. Now on the right, with the red band is Brian Reese from Osceola Clark. And he gets the 2 points, it looks like. Yes, it is. Big 2 points for Brian Reese.
He just drove into Lim Prim.
With 16 seconds left in the match.
And he has a 7-5 lead. Prim is a junior. He'll be back another year. Brian Reese is a senior who's won, as we said, 71 in a row. Prim turns right in.
He gives it up.
He's out for 1. The time is ticking, though. 8, 7, 6.
Boy, this is close. that Lim Prim really gave it an effort. It just wasn't quite enough. Brian Reese gets his 72nd win in a row. 34-0 year.
A two-time champion. He was the defending champion. Brian Reese.
Boy, we've had some exciting matches.
Referee Larry Blaker raises his arm, 7-6 over Lim Prim. Let's go to the award stand now. We're going to see the awards. You'll see the top 6 men at each weight. First 1A, 103 pounds.
Sixth place, Jason Derry, Woodward Granger. Fifth place, Paul Wilkerson, Morning Sun. Fourth place, Mark Schultz, Rock Valley. Third place, Peter Taft, Mason City Newman. Runner-up, Ron McNichols, Lennox. And they won a 103-pound champion from Lisbon, Ike Light.
Well, there's the first one.
Now we're going to 2A. We're going to go to 2A now. You saw Ike Light, who won his the first of the Light Brigade, I guess you'd have to say.
Sixth place, Jason DeVos, Esterville. Fifth place, Lung Prim, Grinnell. Fourth place, Brad Canoyer, Carson, Macedonia. Third place, Jason Nuri, Dyersville, Beckman. Runner-up, Brian Bennett, Jefferson, Scranton. The 2A 103-pound champion from Eagle Grove, Jesse Whitmer.
Another happy champion. You saw another of the Prims in there, by the way, from Grinnell. There are obviously some brothers here involved in the sport. And one of them has finished in the top 6 at 103. Now we're going to the AAA, the big schools. The top 6 at 103 pounds.
Presenting the Class 3A 103-pound awards, Coach Clyde Bean of Iowa City City High. Sixth place, Eric Gilgey, Des Moines Hoover. Fifth place, Shane Faldy, Sioux City North. Fourth place, Brandon Rodriguez, Davenport West. Third place, Darren Kopic, Council Bluffs AL. Runner-up, Luke Swarbrick, Cedar Falls. And the 3A 103-pound champion from Iowa City City High, Jeff McGinnis.
Well, you think that young man has got some visions of sugar plums in his head right now about the next 3 years?
A freshman. Let's go to Dick Trotter.
All right, Doug, in the Class 2A competition at 112 pounds, one of the most exciting matches I've seen in a long time, and that's where defending champion Brian Reese gained the title again. 71 consecutive matches in a row. There you see him as he defeats Lim Prim of Grinnell 7-6. The match was tied 5-5 with just 16 seconds left when Reese got the takedown. And now here's Dean Borg with a guest.
And this is Eric Elin of Belle Plaine. He's just won his 3rd state title. He defeated Jason Rasty of Green 8-2 a few minutes ago. You 3 state titles. Were you here 3 years, or were you there the 4th year too but didn't make it?
I was here the 4th year and I just qualified.
That was as a freshman?
Yeah.
Now, did that teach you something?
Yeah, you learn to get used to the crowd and just recognize the place a little bit.
Is the crowd a factor in wrestling here at the state tournament?
Oh yeah, it's big, makes you nervous, and just got to get used to things.
Where are you going to school next year?
I'm undecided right now. I plan to go to college and wrestle, but I don't know where.
This is Eric Elin, champion at 112 from Belle Plaine, 3-time state champion. Doug?
Thank you, Dean. Let's go to 119 pounds now. We're still with the AAAs to start. That'll be the first 4 weights. Actually, we're going to change it at 125, as we told you, so that we can see Shane Light go for a 4th title. An interesting battle he'll have with Matt Lundquist. This is Scott Munson of Waterloo, Columbus, rated number 1, a senior and undefeated, against Matt Dickey of Waterloo West. So they came all the way to Des Moines to have a hometown battle.
Well, it is a district rematch, and Scott Munson is a 2-time placer here at the state and was 4th last year at 112. Matt Dickey, 29-3-1.
2 of his losses have been to Scott Munson.
That's the way it happens quite often. Bill Ross of New Hampton is going to be the official you'll be listening to talk to the wrestlers during this match.
Scott Munson's a senior and Matt Dickey's a junior, Doug, and Munson with a 30-0 record going into these state finals. He's probably worked a long time to be where he's at, placing twice, and here he is in the finals.
And we're going to keep an eye on other matches too as they go at the 1A and 2A. We'll show you the participants in just a moment.
Okay,
That's
guys,
Scott
here
Munson.
we go now. Shake hands right out here.
And away they go. Munson walks right in and takes hold of Matt Dickey's head. Up at 1A, you're looking at Kevin Hogan of Edgewood Colesburg against John Smith of Manly North Central. And Hogan is undefeated. He's won 66 in a row, defending champion. At 2A, it's Steve Pladson of Waukon against Joe Mormon of Centerville. We'll keep our eye on what's going on in those matches, and if this match ends early, we'll get to those. 119 pounds 3A class.
Both of these young men are real solid wrestlers, basic, solid, straight-ahead type of wrestlers. Scott Munson, like I said, has beat Matt Dickey twice this year. 1 point in a duel and 2 or 3 points in the district finals. It's always a good match. It's going to be the same tonight.
Oh, Dickey's in on a double leg, but it was countered well by Munson. Used good hip action to come away from it. That red and black uniform of Waterloo West has been worn by lots and lots of great wrestlers. They've won more state championships as a team than any other school in the state of Iowa.
And their current coach, Don Huff, has kept that tradition alive.
A senior against a junior here. The senior, Scott Munson, undefeated, is on the left. No score. We've used a little more than a minute.
Come on, guys, let's go.
Tie-up positions. Not much is happening here. They're angling for position, for balance.
Come on, guys, circle it up and go.
You're listening to Bill Ross tell him to move away from this position, do something.
Warning both of them, let's go.
And he warned them both.
Well, sometimes when you wrestle each other a lot, and this is the 3rd time, that's the type of thing that happens. They both know what the other man's going to do, and they're a little overly cautious, Doug.
20 seconds to go in the first period.
We've got a situation in the 2A, Matt, where Steve Pladson just pinned Joe Mormon. Steve Pladson threw Joe Mormon onto his back early, and with 14 seconds left in the match, Steve Pladson from Waukon has scored a fall over Joel Mormon from Centerville.
Break it, guys, now. We got to pick the second period up.
Now we're at the end of the first period in which not much happened between Scott Munson and Matt Dickey.
At 1A, Matt, Kevin Hogan, the defending state champion, 33-0 here this year, leads 8-2 over John Smith from Manly North Central. That's Kevin Hogan now on his back. John Smith just threw Kevin Hogan on his back. Now Kevin Hogan has John Smith on his back. And he just got a fall. Kevin Hogan, defending state champion, just won his 2nd. What a flurry, Doug, from Edgewood Colesburg. Just won it.
And we have to tell you about it. It just happened that these things are happening while we're watching a scoreless match between Scott Munson and Matt Dickey. Wow.
Hey, yeah, let's go, let's go. Right here.
No score. Very, very careful here. Each man has been warned. We have 1 minute and 15 to go in the second period.
These young men have it all to themselves right now. We've had a couple of exciting first period falls there. Actually, that was the second period with Kevin Hogan in a real flurry there. Edgewood Colesburg pinning John Smith from Manly North Central.
In on the leg. This is the first real takedown attempt by either man, actually, that you could actually see. But it goes to a stalemate. Munson was in on the leg of Matt Dickey. We're at 119 pounds. The 3rd weight class. The team championships have been decided at 1A and at 2A. Lisbon just ran away with it because they had so many lights on that team, and they aren't the only ones. They're a solid phalanx of
they really did. They
wrestlers for Brad Smith.
It's one of the best, if not the best, Lisbon team ever, Doug.
Let's go.
And at 2A, New Hampton has clinched the title, but it's still undecided at 3A here, although West Des Moines got a real leg up when Jason Jewett pinned Brent Paulson at 112. Outside single by Scott Munson.
Now, there still hasn't been any action points in this match, but it's 1-1 because they've both been warned and they've both been penalized 1 point each. So it's 1-1 going into the third period. No action points yet, Doug.
Okay, guys, third period.
And there's a stalemate at the, well, actually the period ended, but it was just about to be called a stalemate.
There's Jerry Springer, the coach Waterloo Columbus, in his first year at Columbus.
Don Huff is the coach at West Waterloo.
In on him.
All right.
Got one green, circle, Red.
Now, rather than stay on the feet, that's interesting.
Stay on the mat.
That Dickey decided to let him go. That Dickey decided to,
that's puzzling.
Yeah. If he's going to get a takedown, he can get a takedown.
That was.
Yeah, rather Munson
choice.
let him go.
Let him back
yeah,
in now.
That's
Got to
right.
make sure we let him back in.
Well, why not?
Choice to be down.
Absolutely, why not? So now, if Scott Munson is going to keep an undefeated season, he's going to have to get after it here because Dickey leads now 2-1, and Dickey's in on the leg.
The hip action there by Scott Munson gets him out. Now they're in an over, each of them in an over and under situation.
Got to let him in.
And we're running out of time in the third period. 1:15 to go. 2-1 in favor of the man in the red and black uniform, Matt Dickey of West Waterloo. We haven't had any takedowns.
Now, right there, Scott Munson was able to snap Matt Dickey down, get him out of position just for a second, but he wasn't able to react fast enough right there. Dickey back in, and they're both in the over and under situation.
Well, it would appear that Dickey has been very well schooled about what Munson likes to do, and Munson doesn't want to try anything different.
Well, you're right, Doug.
Come on,
and
guys,
they're
let's
in a
go.
situation now that somebody's got to stop being cautious right here. Munson's going to have to open up a little bit.
They each have been warned. They each been penalized. He likes to go, obviously he likes to go after the left leg.
Well, there's only 35 seconds left right here, and Matt Dickey is in the driver's seat right now. You're not going to see him get overly aggressive. Munson has to go right now, 25 seconds.
And Dickey has the front headlock position too.
Let's go, stalemate.
Stalemate with what, 18 seconds to go.
There he's down in single leg right there. All he has to do is follow through. He's got the single, 10 seconds left. He's trying to kneecap, drive it through. He's not going to get it done because that's good hip action by Matt Dickey. Matt Dickey's going to win the state championship.
So the third time is the charm.
Third time is the charm. We see it happen so often. You lose a couple times, the third time, there it is.
Okay?
And at 3A, 119 pounds, Scott Munson's undefeated record goes out the window, and Matt Dickey of West Waterloo wins the state championship. And let's go to the award stand for the winners, the top 6 at 112 pounds in 1A.
Presenting the Class 1A 112-pound awards, Coach Al Billings of Belle Plaine. 6th place, Dean Pearson, Eddyville. 5th place, Tom Harbison, Morning Sun. 4th place, Matt Albright, Lisbon. 3rd place, Chad Cavett, Lake Mills. Runner-up, Jason Rasty, Green. The 1A 112-pound champion from Belle Plaine, Eric Allen.
He's a 3-time champion. Not many of them over the years. Well, we've been wrestling a lot of years, so there are quite a few, but when you figure the
How
percentage.
many do you see a year? Not very often do you, we have 1 or 2 a year possibly, 3-time state champions. You're right, there aren't many when you consider how many kids have wrestled in this state.
Let's see the 2A top 6 here at 112
Class
pounds.
2A 112-pound awards, Coach Rod Gall of Osceola Clark. 6th place, Dee Clark, Knoxville. 5th place, Jim LaRiviere, Carson, Macedonia. 4th place, Jason Gurwell, Sadell, Des Moines. Third place, Matt Goncharowski, Washington. Runner-up, Lim Prim Grinnell. And the 2A 112-pound champion from Osceola Clark, Brian Reese.
And it wasn't easy, folks, but he won 7-6 in a real tussle for that championship at 2A 112. And there is the way it looks now in the 3A. That win by Jewett really made a difference for Dowling. They got 6 extra points. You see where West Waterloo is in 3rd place after that victory by Matt Dickey.
Presenting the Class 3A 112-pound awards, Coach Ron Gray of West Des Moines Dowling. 6th place, Rob Meyer, Newton. 5th place, Mark Clemens, Pleasant Valley. 4th place, Chad Gallagher, Cedar Rapids, Jefferson. 3rd place, Dan Dosey, Decorah. Runner-up, Brett Paulson, Cedar Rapids, Kennedy. And the 3A 112-pound champion from West Des Moines Dowling, Jason Jewett.
His team may wrap up the title with his help. Let's get something from Dean Borg about those thrillers we missed.
You bet, Doug. In Class A at 119 pounds, so far this tournament, Kevin Hogan of Edgewood-Colesburg, who was the champ last year at 112, had scored nothing but pins. Well, he added another one with 2 minutes and 26 seconds gone in his match with John Smith of Manly North Central. He scored a fall. Actually, John Smith had Kevin Hogan. Hogan was ahead 10-4. John Smith had him in a predicament, but a quick reversal by Hogan led to that fall at 2:26, and Hogan is another champion. Dick Trotter went on in 2A.
All right, Dean, we also had a fall at 119 pounds in 2A. Steve Pladson left no doubt in anybody's mind from the very first takedown early in the match that he would be the state champion from walk-on as he pins Joe Morgan of Centerville in 1 minute and 46 seconds. Your champion, Steve Pladson. Now back to you, Doug.
Thank you, gentlemen. Dick Trotter and Dean Borg. Now we're going to see something that has happened very rarely. A wrestler come out to go for his 4th championship. We're going to switch out of our format just to get a chance to see the 1A match here at 125 pounds between Shane Light of Lisbon, whose team has wrapped up a title and is just stomping people as a team in this tournament in 1990. Shane Light will wrestle Matt Lundquist, a senior from Corning, Iowa. The referee will be Robert McNeil, Bob McNeil of Cedar Rapids. And away we go. Lisbon has the black uniform. That's Shane Light on the right. His brother, one of his younger brothers, has already won a title.
Well, last year we saw Shane Light in the same weight class win it by letting up Tim Griffin from Lawrence Marathon with a few seconds left to take him down to win his 3rd title right here on this mat, and that was very exciting.
At 2A, by the way, Dan Bierman of Norwalk is wrestling Kenny Hron of Crestwood. And at AAA, it's Brad Piper of Mason City against Ali Igram of Cedar Rapids Jefferson, and that's one of those big ones. Jefferson needs to win both matches in its finals. But this is the wrestling match between Shane Light on the left, going for his 4th title, and Matt Lundquist of Corning.
You see how Shane Light snapped ahead and then dropped into the single leg. That's how he got into this position. And now he's going to post the arm, come around for the 2 points. 3 different moves. Now that's good lesson for young wrestlers. Snap down, in on the single, and then a little arm drag, post the arm and around.
As Lundquist flattened now just for a moment. We go to the edge. No riding time in high school, but it's better to be on top than on the bottom. There's no doubt about that.
Finishes it out right here. Shane Light finishes the move right here for 2 points. Matt Lundquist from Corning, 33-3 in the senior. He was 3rd last year at 119.
Light sucks Lundquist back.
Boy, that's just a suck back. Now look at him drive. He's driving, and he'd like to finish it right here for his 4th title. He's got to get a little bit tighter.
He got a near fall, though, 2-point near fall, because he held his man for 2 seconds in it.
Now look at
Near
these
fall position.
Stepped out, arm bar. Now he's got the figure 4 around the head, and they're going to call a stalemate here in just a second.
Well, they didn't.
Nope. End of the period.
End of the period, 4-0 in favor of Shane Light.
son. Your first year, son.
His coach, Brad Smith, right there.
Going down.
And that's his cousin, Vance Light, right there. And beside Brad Smith. Brad Smith, one of the just all-time greatest coaches in the history of high school wrestling.
7 championship teams he's coached now, and that ties him for 3rd on the all-time list. There is a
beautiful lateral drop. It'd be a great way to get your 4th, wouldn't it? I'm watching Brad Smith right now. Look at that body English. Whoa! There he goes. There it is. The first school, Lisbon, Iowa, the first school ever to have 2 4-time state champions.
A fall in 2 minutes and 19 seconds by Shane Light. And the Lights are undefeated here tonight so far. A 4-time high school champion, Shane Light.
Everybody standing up for it.
He joins an illustrious list of 4-time champions. He's the 8th man to do it. And his cousin, he lifted his cousin up to carry him around. Usually goes the other way.
Look at this drive. Look at right here. This is the Corning wrestler right here, Matt Lundquist, driving in. Shane Light took advantage of the pressure, dropped the lateral drop down to his back, covered him up for the pin.
And it ended just a moment later in there. The winner, Shane Light, the senior 4-time champion from Lisbon, Iowa.
You think he's excited?
He surely is. Let's go to the 3A match, which is still on. It's 2-2 here between Brad Piper of Mason City and Ali Igram of Cedar Rapids, Jefferson. They're 2-2. Jefferson, remember, is in a battle with West Des Moines Dowling for the team championship. It's Dowling's advantage right now. They lead by 6. And this is the first of the 2 Jefferson wrestlers in title matches. Dowling still has 2 to go.
That's Piper on top, Igram from Jefferson on the bottom.
Piper of Mason City.
Piper's done a little Cinderella story through here, beating a very tough Mike
nice
Hatcher.
Step across there by Igram, and it's an unclear situation. A minute and 30 to go in the 3rd period and in the match. Still 2-2. There's the reversal. So Igram, he has to win for his team to have any chance against West Des Moines Dowling.
Now there he's a far arm and across, trying to go across for a crossface, but Piper comes out and has a hold of the leg. Igram looking for the back points.
The 3A match. We just saw Shane Light win his 4th for Lisbon at 1A at 125 pounds. The 4th championship for Light. The 2nd Lisbon wrestler to win 4.
Scott Morningstar was the first for the Lisbon Lions, and now it's Shane Light.
We have 42 seconds, 41 seconds to go.
The man on top, the man riding, Ali Igram from Cedar Rapids, Jefferson, is leading the match 4-2.
And doing a good job on top.
Looking to come across now. He'd like to keep that tight waist, get a little reverse half in there and try to keep Piper on his back. Get him there. He's not quite able to do it.
Seems to have had a good sense of where he is, though.
Well, it's getting tight. 1 point, 10 seconds left.
And they're even.
Piper scores a takedown and he wins.
It's now 4-3. Good front headlock by Igram. That'll win it.
And there's another nice little present for a Coach of the Year from 3A. Dick Briggs, Coach of the Year from 3A, gets his first state champion of the year. Ali Igram.
Both seniors, Piper and Igram. Good match. They were each 30-2 coming in. Igram is 31-2 going out. Now let's go to the one that's left. This is a 2A. The score here is 8-7 in favor of Kenny Ron of Crestwood. And he is the man in the down position. We have how much time left? 56 seconds. Okay, plenty of time.
And Kenny Ron didn't have an easy road to the finals. He won a 14-5 decision over the defending state champion to get to this match.
So it's now 9-7. 9-7. Bierman of Norwalk with his back to you. There's an injury. Timeout.
Looks like a knee, or it looks like a ankle or something. He got kicked.
So there are 38 seconds to go here as timeout is called. Kenny Ron, a senior. You were saying, yes, he had to beat the defending champion to get here.
I believe it was in the quarterfinals, and he was able to get a major decision there.
14-5 over Sutton.
From Williamsburg. Well, it looks like he slightly sprained his ankle here, but yeah.
Well, let's see if we can see it. What happened? I don't know. He may have turned his ankle there.
Just turned it and put some pressure on it. Says, hey, guys, I'm ready to go.
Well, he's ready to go. He's leading Dan Bierman by 2, but there are plenty of time left here. 38 seconds to go in a 2-point match. They've scored 9-7 so far. Tough whizzer by Bierman. I don't know whether that's going to be an offensive move or not, though, because Ron, with the arm around the waist, is the man who leads. And here comes Bierman trying to throw his man over. It's out of bounds, and was that close?
That was. There's enough time to do it again, though. 24 seconds left. 9-7. What a match.
The referee is Mike Exline. Seen him on the college wrestling series this year, officiating. We've seen a lot of these officials on wrestling at the college level, officiating the college level. Ron taking no chances. He made the offensive move that time.
In on the single leg right here. Bierman with a whizzer, not giving up the takedown.
But Bierman is the man who needs the takedown, and he might have got
4 seconds left. He got it.
And he's getting back points.
He's got it.
He won the title.
Match. With 5 seconds left, he hit the throw. He wins the match.
How about that?
Oh, my goodness. Wow. Oh, you know, it's too bad if it had anything to do with the injury right there. It was a great throw there, as we see Ron limping off the match here.
But Ron was giving it everything he had. He was the guy, he was not afraid to go in there and make a shot.
Yes, he made the shot.
End. He was aggressive all the way to the end.
Dan Bierman, 40-1 now this year, hits a 4-point throw with 5 seconds left from Norwalk. Gives Coach Lonnie Hinders a state championship.
And a thriller at 125 pounds.
Okay, right here. Takes it from the overhook whizzer, drives through with a headlock here, all the way through, gets the 2 points, now continues through for the 2-point near fall.
Let's see the awards, 119 at 1A.
Third place, Todd Kimpson, Corning. Runner-up, John Smith, Manly North Central. The Class 1A 119-pound champion from Edgewood, Colesburg, Kevin Hogan.
That's Kevin Hogan. He won it in a big way. Sorry you missed the 6'5" and 4 at 119 pounds in 1A. Maybe you could see your next door neighbor, somebody down the street from your hometown, up on the stand. Now 2A.
19-pound awards, Coach Rick Samuelson of Walk-On. Sixth place, Dan Cleese, Cedar Rapids, LaSalle. 5th place, Adam Hutchinson, Manchester, West Delaware. 4th place, Corey Muhlenbach, St. Ansgar. 3rd place, Todd Huffman, Storm Lake. Runner-up, Joe Mormon, Centerville. And the 2A 119-pound champion from Waupun, Steve Pladson.
And he won it by a fall, too. Those 119-pounders were explosive out there at 1A and 2A. Let's go to the 3A. 119.
Presenting the Class 3A 119-pound awards, Coach Don Huff of Waterloo West. 6th place, Mark Kelly, West Des Moines Dowling. 5th place, Brian Howell, Maquoketa. 4th place, Sean Martin, Cedar Rapids Jefferson. 3rd place, Derek Monsieur, Newton. Runner-up, Scott Munson, Waterloo Columbus. The 3A 119-pound champion from Waterloo West, Matt Dickey.
Matt Dickey wins it for Waterloo West. Let's meet our newest 4-time state champion, talking with Dean Board.
Shane Light of Lisbon, and he's a 4-time state champion, as you just said, Doug. Shane, that must have achieved a goal for you. What's the next big goal for Shane Light?
The next goal for me is to go on to college and try to win a national championship.
And of course, the question, national championship, big goal. I hope you do it. Where's the school?
I'm not sure yet. Some big school like Arizona or Iowa State, something like that.
Now, you've got 3 brothers. I mean, 2 brothers, 3 light boys tonight. One has already won. You were a second. Zach's yet to wrestle. What do you about the Light family? Why do they win?
Oh, we got the desire. I mean, we get somebody tough. I mean, we got to go after them right away.
There you're sticking your opponent right there, Matt Lundquist of Corning.
Right there. He was almost off his back. I just squeezed and pushed his head over a little with my head. And I just saw his shoulder go down, and I knew that was it.
You heard that crowd applause to you, too, and you bowed to the crowd, and they gave you a standing ovation. Tremendous. Congratulations to you.
Thanks.
Shane Light, 4-time state champion from Lisbon, Iowa. Doug?
Thank you, gentlemen. Congratulations to Shane Light. We're at 130 pounds now, and we're watching the 1A class.
Man.
Travis Moore against Brian Stewart.
Oh, man.
And just like that, Brian Stewart of Lisbon, who was showed the way by Shane Light and the Lights, the other Lights. No score.
They didn't teach me how to call that kind of match, Doug. I don't think it's teachable. I still can't get over the last match, that explosive by Bierman. What a championship move to win that.
At the very end. Travis Moore, by the way, is in there with Brian Stewart. At double A, it's Scott Stickler of Clarinda against Mike Dombrowski of Hampton Dumont. And that one is at 2A. At 3A, it's Dan Dickey of Waterloo West and another Dowling wrestler, Joe Piazza.
He's had a great tournament.
He beat the #1 wrestler at that weight, and if he wins it, that just about puts it out of sight for Waterloo, for West Des Moines Dowling against Cedar Rapids Jefferson. So we'll keep our eye on that. But here it is. This outstanding 1A team from Lisbon has another man out in the center mat, and that's Brian Stewart in on the double leg, putting Travis Moore down on his rear end and taking a 6-3 lead.
Well, kind of an interesting sidelight here. This isn't just any coach that Brad Smith's going up against with Tri-County. Look at that double leg there for Brian Stewart. Really drove through that for the 2 points. But Scott Williamson, a former wrestler for Brad Smith, is the Tri-County coach.
Here he is.
Look at that
Here is
headlock.
Moore putting a headlock on Stewart.
If he doesn't get rolled through, Stewart's in trouble. Right, but he rolls him through.
He did roll him through.
reversal.
Man. The Tri-County wrestler, Travis Moore, almost was able to settle down, but not quite. And Brian Stewart from Lisbon rolled him through.
And took an 8-7 lead. We're in a tough match here. This is 8-7, and we still have about 50 seconds to go in the first period.
Both seniors, they don't want to go out. They want to leave it on the mat. Brian Stewart from Lisbon was 6th last year at 135, and now he's back down to 130.
He has the leg. He's in on the leg with 30 seconds to go riding. But Moore, as you have seen, is not just anybody to be reckoned with out there. He's
Let's go.
he puts his nose right in.
At the end of the first period in 2A, it's 0-0 between Scott Stickler of Clarinda and Mike Dombrowski of Hampton Dumont.
And in the AAA, it's 0-0 between Dan Dickey and Joe Piazza, with almost all the time gone in the first period.
And now at the end of the first period on 1A, 8-7 at the end of the first period, Doug.
They better leave some.
Brian Stewart from Lisbon leads 8-7 over Travis Moore from Tri-County. Now look at right here, this little headlock right here. What he needs to do is lower his hips, but he wasn't able to do it before Brian Stewart was able to row him through.
So it's Stewart 8-7. Stewart starts on top in the second period. It was Moore's choice. Roll. Stewart still has the position. He's controlling the arm.
Well, we're in for a treat here if nobody runs out of gas.
Moore's working on a switch, and Stewart steps across it. Now you see Moore. He was winging Stewart's arm underneath and wanting to roll with it.
Little roll here, now he turns back in.
Well, that was Stewart's move, but it didn't do him any good.
Travis Moore catches Brian Stewart on his back and gets at least 2 more for the back.
9-8 with the reversal and 11-8 with the near. 12-8. He gave him a 3-point near ball.
12-8.
Now here comes Stewart again.
My goodness, this has got everybody looking at that single A mat.
Off to the side.
And it's Moore with a headlock, with a half Nelson. He's being reversed, and now Stewart has Moore on his back.
And Moore rolls through.
12-10 with the reversal.
12 to 12.
Points, and it's even up at 12. 20 seconds to go in the second period. The 1A championship at 130 pounds.
Well, this crowd should give these two a standing ovation for the match. I'll tell you, by the end of it.
It looks to me as if Stewart has a cradle locked up now.
Here he goes.
But here he comes with it.
And he's going to score 2 points.
That's all the time that was left in the period, and so Stewart leads 14-12. With 1 period left to go. 1A, 130-pound championship. Let's see another one of those rolls earlier.
This was the previous roll right here, where Brian Stewart was able to come around, score 2 for the reversal, and 2 more for the back points.
So now Moore starts on top. It's Stewart's choice to go under, and Moore has a tough half Nelson on.
Got the half in. Nope.
This is a tough 6 minutes. If the rest of their lives are half as exciting as these 6 minutes.
These are the kind of matches you see in the practice room, and very seldom do you be able to see them on a finals night for the state championship. This is a real treat.
You don't think they're being a little too conservative out there, huh?
Off the side, top man.
Leaving it on semifinals night. Stewart, the man on the bottom, leads, and he's been warned.
Now they're up.
Out of bounds. Back they go. A lot of time left. 1:15. No riding time in high school.
You've been warned for stalling. Let's go,
But a 2-point lead for the man on the bottom.
Real quick in 2A, Mike Dombrowski leads Scott Stickler 3-1.
And Dickey leads Piazza in the 3A match. Dickey of Waterloo West over Piazza of Dowling. So Dowling is not leading in their quest for that, maybe a clincher.
In that 2A match, there's 1 period left. They're just beginning the 3rd period.
Here we are in the last minute.
Oh, he tried.
Close. Did Moore get him? No, he couldn't get him over on his back.
You've got the effort is there. The effort is there.
Let's go, both of you, go! Go! Get off that foot!
We have how much time left?
35 seconds left.
And Moore, the man on top, is down by 2 points, and he's trying to turn over Brian Stewart to get those points back. Now here's where Stewart wants to be. He doesn't care. I don't suppose it matters even if he gets the reversal, but as long as he stays in the position. Now he has the reversal, and he's getting back points.
And he's going to ride him right there.
16 to 12. He might even get a pin here. He has 7 seconds left. This is Stewart on top of Moore. 3-point near fall, 19 to 12.
Wow.
A little closer than that, I'd say.
Well, that was a great match, and Coach Scott Williamson can be very proud of Travis Moore there, and Brad Smith gets his 3rd state champion of the night with Brian Stewart.
That one went to the man who got the last near fall. Good match at 1A. Let's go to 3A, where Dan Dickey is wrestling Joe Piazza. It is now 1-1 with less than a minute now, just 56 seconds to go in the match. Dan Dickey of West Waterloo, a senior, is wearing the red and black here against Joe Piazza of West Des Moines Dowling. It's 1-1. It's 3-2 in favor of Dombrowski over Stickler at 2A with about 45 seconds to go and an injury timeout for Dombrowski. But this one we're watching is important because the man on the right
trying to get a 2nd state championship in the Dickey family. West Waterloo's Dan Dickey. With 23 seconds left, it's 1-1. Dickey on the right, Piazza, Joe Piazza on the left there from Dowling. We're headed for possibly the first overtime match of the night, Doug.
West Des Moines Dowling has a 6-point lead over Cedar
Ronnie
Rapids
Gray.
Jefferson.
Ronnie Gray, the young new head coach of Dowling. And we're going to go into overtime.
That's the first overtime match we've had. Dan Dickey against Joe Piazza.
Well, to review what's happened right now with 6 seconds left, it's 3-2. Mike Dombrowski looks like he's going to win a championship. He does from Hampton Dumont. Mike Dombrowski, 3-2 over Scott Stickler from Clarinda. Good, exciting match over there.
Now, if Joe Piazza wins this, let's say he won it by a decision, that would put his team up by 10 points. And
that would clinch it.
That would clinch it. Because Cedar Rapids Jefferson has only 1 wrestler left.
And he would have to pin his man to tie for the championship. Is that what you're saying?
Well, as a matter of fact, no, because Ali Igram just won for Cedar Rapids Jefferson.
So they're only 2 points behind.
They're 2 points behind now. So if Piazza went ahead, it would be
6 points.
6 points, and that would mean that the Jefferson man would have to win a fall.
But in between is a young man named Jeff Thyler, yet to wrestle for Dowling. So Dowling is in a good position right now.
They definitely are, but they haven't won this one. Dan Dickey of West Waterloo, one of the 2 Dickeys in a championship match. Matt Dickey earlier won at 119 pounds. Dan Dickey is going for a title here at 130.
Low single by Dan Dickey, in on the single, trying to finish it out right now. Gets his arm behind the back. Whizzer by Joe Piazza.
We saw a wing-ding match at 130 pounds at 1A between Travis Moore of Tri-County and Brian Stewart of Lisbon, which Stewart won 19-12, but it was a thriller all the way. And here we are at AAA. When we go up to 135 pounds, we'll start with another Lisbon wrestler. They'll have Zach Light. This is a sophomore. against Darrell Weber of Gilbertville Don Bosco. And we'll see them.
I think they better have a seat with Brad Smith's name on the back of it here pretty soon in the single A mat.
1-1, we're in overtime. They do 1-minute periods. They simply re-wrestle a match, but they're 1-minute periods instead of 2-minute periods. One to one the match score. Both points scored in the first 6 minutes regulation. They finished the first period. Piazza, Dickey has his choice. Takes down. Dickey, who came into this match with a record of 13-6.
Joe Piazza with what,
44 wins.
And only 3 losses.
And he beat the #1 ranked wrestler from Keokuk 8-0 earlier in the tournament to get here. This was a big win when Piazza got into the finals. That gave Dowling a real shot at the title. Piazza riding with a tight waist. Dickey tried to have the hands, then came up to his feet, and he was still not able to get out. We have 30 seconds to go in the second overtime period. A tie. The referee is Jim Christensen of Greenfield. You're watching Iowa Public Television's coverage live of the state wrestling championships from Veterans Auditorium. Full house, as usual, here to watch. Good ride by Piazza. Doesn't get riding time for it as you do in college, but Dickey isn't scoring. Warning. Man on top. And what happened?
Well, Dan Keller didn't think it was a good ride. He felt he was just hanging on, underhooking. You know, seemed like Dickey was kind of talking to the referee right there, but Dan Keller, the referee, said...
Now that can make a difference, because that's the first thing they look at in a criteria of a tie match. After, well, as a matter of fact, not. Unsportsmanlike conduct would be. Now we're going to go to second period action. It's 2-1 after that. Third period. Just starting. Joe Piazza, West Des Moines, Dowling. Down by 1. He did a quick move on top.
No points yet. 2 points.
Now he has them. He's ahead 3-2. Big move by Piazza. Got a little excited after that last move, that last call. He knew he had to get started, and so he has. 3-2 with 38 seconds to go. There is a set of criteria that would settle this match in case they were still tied at the end.
Here's the reversal by Joe Piazza. He just clears the arm, hustles out, casts himself over, gets the 2 points.
And
30 seconds left.
3-2 lead for Piazza. If Dickey gets out, and
Piazza has a criteria.
Piazza would win because he had a reversal. How far down the list is that?
Don Huff. That's the 4th one down the list. First of all is unsportsmanlike, then the greatest number of near falls, which he's trying to go for right there. Not going to get.
Piazza driving hard, doing a good job on top. He has 16 seconds to go. Dickey needs to get out.
This is really important right here. If the wrestler was able to know that criteria, if there was a signal from the coach, you know, that says, hey, you've got the criteria, 1, not 2, of course. But in the heat of the moment, that's not possible very often.
Dickey gets to his feet, but he doesn't really have anything with it. He doesn't have hands. He's just trying to run away from Piazza.
Yeah, it does make Piazza look like he's just hanging on, and actually,
he wasn't.
Right.
Well, he was just hanging on, but he was hanging on to a moving target. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dowling has won the state championship. Almost.
They're 6 points ahead now.
A while ago,
They've clinched the tie, Doug.
They have clinched the tie.
They have clinched the tie.
Let's go to the PA now for the awards at 125 1A.
Presenting the Class 1A 125-pound awards, Coach Brad Smith of Lisbon. 6th place, Mark Hood, Sloan Westwood. 5th place, Bill Soonchens, Kingsley Pearson. 4th place, Doug Reedshaw, New Sharon, North Mahaska. 3rd place, David Sterling, Clarksville. Runner-up, Matt Lundquist, Corning. And the 1A 125-pound champion and the 8th four-time state champion from Lisbon, Shane Light.
He's been at the top of the ladder for 4 straight years, and everybody at Veterans Auditorium is standing up here to give the young man applause for a major accomplishment in sports in Iowa. Shane Light. And you might say, Tim, too, that Brad Smith is getting to be one of the most experienced award presenters in the state, too. He's handing medals.
He knows how to hand them out.
The winning coach
presenting the Class 2A
gets to
125
present to his own
awards,
wrestler
Coach
there.
Lonnie Hinders of Norwalk. 6th place, Chad Budden, Sheldon. 5th place, Terry McGrath, Emmitsburg. 4th place, Jeremy Sutton, Williamsburg. 3rd place, Jason Coy, Parkersburg. Runner-up, Kenny Hron, Cresco Crestwood. And the 2A 125-pound champion from Norwalk, Dan Bierman.
What a thriller it was when he won.
Took that whizzer, followed all the way through with a headlock for a 4-point move to win it.
Right at the end of the
Right at the end of the match.
So it's never over, as they say. We keep telling you that, right? And every once in a while, somebody proves it. Now it's the 3As.
25-pound awards, Coach Dick Briggs of Cedar Rapids, Jefferson. 6th place, Matt Cohen, Bettendorf. 5th place, Kansai Vang, Des Moines Roosevelt. 4th place, Shane Seymour, Clinton. 3rd place, Walt Furler, Council Bluffs, Abe Lincoln. Runner-up, Brad Piper, Mason City. And the 3A 125-pound champion from Cedar Rapids, Jefferson, Ali Igram.
Ali Igram.
Number 1. Well, let's go to Dean Board.
130 pounds in Class AA, Mike Dombrowski of Hampton Dumont has been raising eyebrows all during this tournament. He beat the #1 seed on his way to this championship tonight, and tonight he proved it was no fluke, decisioning Scott Stickler of Clarinda 3-2. Actually, Dombrowski scored his 3 points, a takedown and an escape in the 2nd period, then hung on to win 3-2 over Stickler. Mike Dombrowski, 130-pound in AA, the champion. Doug?
Thank you, Dean. Well, we're not through with the lights yet. This is like the 1,000 points, I guess you'd have to say, because we've gotten up to 3. Here is Zach Light. We're going to be watching 1As at 135 pounds. Zach Light of Lisbon, Brad Smith coaching him, against Daryl Weber, a talented junior from Gilbertville, Don Bosco. This has been another of the great rivals for Lisbon in the 1A class for a number of years, coached by Dan Maschik. Daryl Weber is a junior. Zach Light is only a sophomore. He got here he pinned the defending champion to get up here into the finals. And
well, and guess what, Doug? These two have split this year. They have each beat each other. And so this will be an interesting match.
On the left is Gilbertville Don Bosco's Daryl Weber. At 2A, we have Matt Sesker of Forest City, ranked #1 against Joe Stevens of Centerville. who's a junior. And at 3A, it's Bill Fullhart, 2 undefeateds here. Bill Fullhart of Decorah against Jared Downey of Indianola, and they're both juniors. Undefeated wrestlers from 2 different parts of the state.
Well, 2 underclassmen here. Darrell Weber, a junior, 37-2 on the year. And Zach Light from Lisbon, a sophomore, 32-3. Like I said, they've split this year. This is the rubber match. Darrell Weber had a 1-point victory win in the dual meet. And then Zach Light in the districts won 6-3.
Weber came under. He has the leg. And he has the takedown.
Darrell Weber, 2-point takedown. He has a really fine leg attack.
Get out of it.
And he showed it there.
He got it with about a minute left. Out of bounds, 53 seconds to go. The referee, Dwight Spangler, brings him back to the center.
Here he is in on the single leg. Then he drives through, covers the hips, 2 points.
Back to live action again from Veterans Auditorium. Weber from the top. Can't keep Light from standing up, but he does hold on like a bulldog. Light manages to turn in and get the leg. No, he's not going to give him an escape until he can see whether Light can get a reversal.
Boy, we've talked about that so many times before, Doug. The way that Zach Light executed that, dropped back in as soon as there was a point for an escape with a 2-point takedown. Make it 3-2. He did give him
the escape. He did give him the escape.
Immediately he dropped back in on the single leg.
So 3-2 in favor of the Lisbon wrestler, Zach Light, a sophomore. On final night, he's had 2 brothers win state championships tonight. Weber turning in, doing a nice job. He has Light on his back.
And he's driving, he's got a cradle. It's close, it's close. Oh my, and he's going to get out. Zach Light gets off his back.
The period ended, but that was a 3-point near fall, and it's 5-3, 7-3 with the reversal and a 5-point move.
We're going to see it here again. It was a nice job by Darrell Weber as he dropped in and drove Zach Light.
They're getting ready to start the second period. Weber has his choice. He'll take down.
Well, we didn't see it again, but it was a great move by Darrell Weber to put himself ahead 7-3.
And it happened right at the end of the period, or Light might have been in even worse trouble. As it stands, he has 4 points to make up, and he's in the top position.
We're going to have Lisbon treat us to back-to-back with after that Stewart match at 1:30. 14-12 or whatever it was.
Weber doing nicely against Light. He's managed to edge around facing him now, and he could very well have an escape here shortly. There it is.
You're neutral.
8-3.
And you might have heard the roar, but Matt Sesker just won in 2A from Forest City. Just defeated Joe Stevens with a fall with 37 seconds left in the second period. Matt Sesker, state champion.
Matt Sesker's father is a superintendent of schools.
And he was ranked #1 this year, and he just proved it.
All right, 8-3 is the score in favor of the man on your right. In the blue, the lighter color. He's ahead. That's Darrell Weber is ahead of Zach Light. Now Light is in tough and gets the takedown, makes it 8-5. So Light has managed to make a couple of points up with 20 seconds to go in the second period, but he still trails by 3. Potentially dangerous hold. Let's see that takedown.
Head and leg right there, drives it through. Spins around for the 2-point.
Weber's up on his feet. Weber leads by 3. Back to the center, 8-5 at the end of the second period. Now we're going into the last 2 minutes. Let's take a look at the families over the years. The Gibbons family has won 10 family state titles. The Knights 7. Martin, Hagan, Randall. But up to number 5, we have the Lights. They got 2 of them tonight. Zach Light right here is in quest of the 6th. But he's trailing by 3.
Darrell Weber doing a nice job right here. Just drove back in to secure his position on top. With 1:45 left, it's 8-5 lead for Darrell Weber. From Don Bosco, Gilbertville Don Bosco, coached by Dan Mashing.
Light try to step across. He may get an escape out of this.
He does.
And it's 8-6 with about 1.5 minutes to go. Who wants it?
That's what it comes down to. You're exactly right, Doug. It comes down to, you know, they both want it, but it does come down so often to who wants it tonight a little more than the other person. There's Coach Mashing. Been a great coach for so long at Don Bosco. Put him on the map in one of the best teams in the 70s and 80s in single and double A. They seem to fluctuate between the 2 classes as their school enrollment fluctuates.
The man right there who just came around.
Whoa. Now Darrell Weber's in and was able to scramble out of almost a certain takedown by Zach Light. Nice scramble and flurry by both wrestlers. 40 seconds left. There's Zach Light in on the double. Good hip action by Darrell Weber.
Out of bounds.
35
seconds to go. As Tim said, it's 8-6 in favor of Weber. Going into a wild last half minute here. Weber on the right leads by 2.
Pretty predictable here. They split this year. This is the rubber match. Each of them beaten the other one time. Here it is for the state championship. Who's going to win the second match?
Underarm spin and coming around, and nice counter by Weber. He knew
Weber was able to face him.
13 seconds to go.
No, neither one of you do anything. Just lock it up. Let's go.
11 seconds. It's 11 seconds to glory here for somebody. 7, 6, 2, 1. It goes to Darrell Weber of Gilbertville Don Bosco.
Dan Mashing gets himself a state champion. Darrell Weber.
Darrell Weber finishes the season 38-2. And Zach Light, a very disappointed young man, is the first of the Lights not to win a state title tonight. He'll have to wait maybe for another year. He's only a sophomore.
Only a sophomore, and very talented, and what a family.
Let's go to 130-pound award stand.
Presenting the Class 1A 130-pound awards, Coach Brad Smith of Lisbon. 6th place, Troy Thompson, Liberty Center, Southeast Warren. 5th place, John Nagel, Northwood, Kensett. 4th place, Brian Jacobs, Clarksville. 3rd place, Brent Morris, Lenox. Runner-up, Travis Moore, Thornburg, Tri-County. The 1A 130-pound champion from Lisbon, Brian Stewart.
What a match he had tonight to win.
Man.
He has strength enough yet for a big smile. He had a terrific match with Travis Moore of Tri-County, who should be very proud, and I'm sure will be probably tomorrow, of his showing. It hurts a little tonight.
130-pound awards, Coach 6th place, Mark Sturdivant, Sioux City, Heelan. 5th place, Matt Ironside, Cedar Rapids, Jefferson. 4th place, Matt Russell, Cedar Rapids, Washington. 3rd place, Ryan Walrath, Keokuk. Runner-up, Dan Dickey, Waterloo West. 3A 130-pound champion from West Des Moines Dowling, Joe Piazza.
He's clinched his school a tie for the championship. So far, Joe Piazza. Okay, Dick Trotter's going to tell us whether Brad Smith has any voice left.
Well, we'll hear from Brad in just a moment, but Jared Downey of Indianola gave a real lesson in wrestling to his opponent at 135 pounds in Class AA tonight as he defeats Bill Fullhart of Decorah. There you see Downey by the margin of 12-1. Dean.
AA, here's the report. Matt Sesker of Forest City, ranked #1 all through the year. Proved was no fluke. Tonight, with 2:23 gone in his match, he pinned Joe Stevens of Centerville, and he's the champion in AA at 135. Matt Sesker, son of the superintendent of schools at Forest City. You mentioned Brad Smith, Doug. He's here with me right now, Brad. Lisbon is just a perennial take home the championship trophy here. I think they've taken home 12 in my memory. Now, how many of those are yours as far as you're being
tournament here? 7. We've had 700 individual titles under me and 2 state dual titles.
Is hard work the key?
Yeah, we spent a lot of time doing things in the off season to prepare to where we're at right now. It's not just an in-season sport for us, and I think that gives us the edge.
Now, you've just had a downer. Zach Light just lost. What are you going to tell him?
Well, it's tough. You know, you got to give a kid some time to himself. And as long as Zach went out there and wrestled his heart out and didn't quite reach his goal, but he's got 2 more years, and that's one good thing.
Thank you, Brad. Now back to Doug.
Thank you, Dean. Not a lot of voice left, has Brad Smith. It's a good thing he doesn't have too many wrestlers left in the finals, or he'd be a mute by 10 o'clock. Now we're going to 140 pounds. And we are still at 1A here in the beginning. Randy Heidemann of Janesville against Rick Whitrock of Milford, Okoboji. And at 2A, it's Grant Sortsoy. I forgot about how he was going to pronounce it here, and it went out of my head, and you weren't going to help me a bit.
Circle.
Of Monroe PCM against Jeremy Ask of St. Ansgar, who is the defending champion. And at AAA, it's Bert Johnson of Burlington, undefeated, against Nate Hartle of Sioux City East, undefeated. But we're going to look at the 1A match first. Randy Heidemann of Janesville against Rick Whitrock of Milford, Okoboji. The referee is the official of the year, Dale McDonough of Iowa Falls.
Well, Randy Heidemann was second last year at this weight class, 140. Coached by Jeff Gard here from Janesville. They're having a great year, and he's just a real tough kid.
The man with his back to you in the maroon uniform is Rick Whitrock of Okoboji, and Randy Heidemann's in the black. When you see him from the front, you can see the J on the front, and that helps a lot.
Rick Whitrock from Okoboji, Milford, is 26-1 and a senior. Both seniors going at it right here.
They're really at each other, but nothing's happened so far. And this time, Heidemann dumped Whitrock on his back, gets the takedown, 2-0.
Heidemann trying to drive through. He's a real hustler on top here. He's working that top, looking for the cross face.
Out here.
Has a single leg right here. Now drives through, cuts across to a double leg. Gets his 2 points.
Whitrock wisely bailed out of there as soon as he realized Heidemann really had it. Now Whitrock tried to switch. It wasn't much success at all because Heidemann was able to drive right at him. Heidemann of Janesville leading 2-0 near the end of the first period. 1A. There is the end of the first period, 2-0. Heidemann in black on the right.
Green choice. Green defers.
Whitrock gets the choice, defers to Heidemann. Heidemann leading 2-0, takes down, which is not surprising. Dale McDonough. You saw him, if you were with us between 6:30 and 7, get the award.
Well, to win that, you have to get the respect of your peers, and I think that's a great way to win an award. Congratulations, Dale. Whitrock trying to reach up there for a little half action in the air.
1 minute, 45 seconds to go in the second period. And Whitrock is in the riding position, but now Heideman's turned in.
On the AA mat is Jeremy Ask from St. Ansgar over Grant Sortsoy, 6-2 in the first period.
And at 3A, it's 8-4 in favor of Hartle over Johnson in a tough match there with about 30 seconds gone in the second period. 2 undefeateds there. 4-0 now is the score after that reversal by Heideman. He's now up 4-zip over Whitrock. Good, solid, workmanlike performance by Randy Heideman.
When you're runner-up 1 year, you just work that much harder. You don't want to be runner-up again, and that's what Randy Heideman's thinking right now. From Janesville here on top, he wants to win it. He's trying to drive Rick Whitrock from Okoboji Milford to his back. He's got the arm bar right here, looking for a way to turn him.
He's handling Whitrock very well in the riding position. He's ridden ever since he got the reversal. He's now in the last 25 seconds of the second period up 4-0.
There you see the clock right in the background. You can count it with us. He's driving. There he goes.
Does he have it? Not quite yet. No near fall yet.
Well, your workman-like fashion
he has it.
Is a good description there, Doug.
3, 4, 5.
7 seconds. 6, 5, 3, 2, 1. He has a 3-point near fall. 7-0 lead.
3 red.
Now on the 3A mat, Nate Hartle from Sioux City East is ahead 10-4, but he's having some injury problems, and they've had to call timeout twice, and it looks like it's an ankle.
There was that drive by Heideman. He took the arm bar and just drove Whitrock over. He had it.
And see, he settles down here. Look at there. He drives shoulder to shoulder, chest to chest, and he gets his points. Their timeout on the 3A mat with a minute left in the second period, 10-4 in favor of Nate Hartle from Sioux City East over Bert Johnson from Burlington, both undefeated wrestlers. Bert Johnson 26-0, Nate Hartle 36-0. Wow.
Now Whitrock started on his feet. He decided not to take the down position against Heideman. Heideman cut off the leg attack of Whitrock. He leads by 7. A minute and a half left in the match. This is Heideman. In on the outside single. He may not be getting a takedown, but Whitrock's not getting any either when he has to defend that hard.
There's the drive into double leg, and he drives right through, stands with him, and gets the 2 points.
Good shot.
Good shot, follow through by Randy Heideman from Janesville.
He's been solid. He's been solid for 5 minutes, and there's 1 minute left to go in this 6-minute match.
Use that wrist.
45 seconds. Out of bounds, 39 seconds to go as they come back to the center.
There he just drives through. That was a nice drive through, and he just extended himself and landed on top for his 2-point takedown. There we get a good shot of Rick Whitrock from Milford, Okoboji.
Took the leg away from Whitrock right away and then broke his man down. He's in this tough riding position on top. Arm barred on the near side. That's exactly where he started a while ago when he got the near fall. You see him drive his man hard. 22 seconds to go. That's not where Whitrock wants to be. And obviously by his 26-1 record, that's not where he's used to be.
Watch that arm. Watch that arm. Watch that arm.
Tough hammer lock, and Dale McDonough's watching the angle. But there are only a couple of seconds left.
And Janesville gets themselves a state championship. Randy Heideman takes a silver medal from '89 and turns it into a gold in 1990.
Randy Heidemann. He looked very strong. He won 9-0. 9-0 over Rick Whitrock of Milford, Okoboji.
On the 2A mat, we have been mispronouncing that name. That's Yortzoy. Yortzoy.
All right.
Grant Yortzoy from Monroe and Jeremy Ask, and that's an 8-3 match with Jeremy Ask over Yortzoy with only 35 seconds. Our apologies.
That's exactly right. We went through this before the meet was beginning. One of my worries is that we'll mispronounce somebody's name. And we had every chance of mispronouncing that one. The gentleman spells his name H-J-O-R-T-S-H-O-J.
And there we are in the match right there that we're looking at.
22 seconds to go, and it's 10-3 in favor of Ask.
From St. Ansgar over Yortzoy from Monroe. Both wrestlers have only lost once this year.
But Ask is the defending champion. He's going for a second title. And that's a thrill, too, to win 2 titles. Jeremy Ask, coached by Kirby Moses. The referee here is Tom Moore of Griswold. And obviously, this is stopped because Ask is having trouble with a bloody nose. That's Todd Jones, who is Grant Yortzoy's coach here at PCM. This is the only chance here. Be a big move by Grant Yortzoy. He trails by 4 with 13 seconds to go.
I think some people can understand why we might have mispronounced the young man from PCM's name.
Well, we'll take it home and worry about it anyway. Yortzoy. It looks like Ask's match. He's the man on the left. He's looking for his second title.
And he's got it.
And he has it.
No.
No, that's the end of the second period. They must have had a timeout down there for injury because we are already done in the other 2 mats, and this one is just starting the 3rd period. So
we just were indicated that they've had about 5 injury timeouts here for a bloody nose, I think, and really taking care of that.
That's Jeremy Ask, who has the cotton in his nose, you can see, to stop the bleeding, or at least to stanch it.
There's a good shot of that.
He leads 12-4. He's the man on the left. Shorter, stockier than Yortzoy. Which means the Yortzoy could have a little bit better reach. He wasn't able to reach Ask from outside there. Ask goes right under. Trying a fireman's carry. Wasn't able to score with it. He leads, however, by 8 with 1:06 to go. And Ask is doing the shot.
Yeah, it was a nice single leg shot cut off to the double. Now he's trying to drive through, but that's a good example of a shot that you don't just stick in with the single there, you cut off the double. But Yortzoy was able to counter it nice with good hip action.
But he needs 8 points. Yortzoy is down by 8 with about 40 seconds to go. And Ask is beating him to the move here. Ask is making the move before Yortzoy can.
In fact, what we're seeing is his offense is his best defense right now with 34 seconds left.
We'll give you the results of the...
There's Ask turning it into trying to do a little fireman's carry, not able to complete it. Yortzoy trying to turn it into 2 for him.
Well, he could here.
And he's going to. He does.
But it's not really
never give up.
Problem. 12-6 in favor of the man on the bottom. After we get done here, we'll update. After the awards, we'll update the team standings for you if you're interested in how a particular team is doing. We'll have it for you. 3 seconds to go, 12-6 in favor of Ask, and he's the winner for the second time. A 2-time champion, Jeremy Ask, ASK, from St. Ansgar over Grant Yortsoy of Monroe PCM. At 140 pounds, 2A division. A happy winner. Let's take a look here at the 1A awards at 135.
There's the team standings.
That's how Lisbon is doing over Clarksville and Janesville, by the way. Lake Mills in there in a race for a plaque. And Morning Sun.
The last year, my hometown, and we're proud of them here. They've got one in the finals at heavyweight. It's the last year we'll see Morning Sun because they will not have a high school next year.
Let's get these awards.
1A 135-pound champion from Gilbertville, Don Bosco, Darrell Weber.
Darrell Weber was the winner. Sorry if you missed the 6th, 5th, 4th, those places in that 130 pounds. Those are the 2A standings. New Hampton has clinched it. St. Ansgar took 2nd place with that win, so that was an obviously big win that you just saw for Jeremy Ask. 2A champion at 135.
Fifth place, Cott Stevenson, Winterset. 4th place, Brian Duckworth, Johnston. 3rd place, Kirby Moss, Bloomfield, Davis County. Runner-up, Joe Stevens, Centerville. The Class 2A 135-pound champion from Forest City, Matt Sesker.
Way to go, Matt. He beat Joe Stevens of Centerville. Now let's look at the 3A team championship standings. They have not been absolutely decided yet, although Dowling certainly has a leg up. They seem to have clinched a tie. They lead by 6 over Jefferson, with West Waterloo in a solid 3rd.
135-pound awards, Coach Wes Creason of Indianola. 6th place, Tyson Baumhoff, Des Moines Roosevelt. 5th place, Tim Lavelle, Marshalltown. 4th place, Eric Zebold, Ames. 3rd place, Matt Hatcher, Cedar Rapids Prairie. Runner-up, Bill Folhart, Decorah. And the 3A 135-pound champion from Indianola, Jared Downey.
And that was an example of a match that we really didn't get to see, but Jared Downey is the champion at 135. Let's go to Dick Trotter.
All right, Doug, at 140 pounds in the 3A competition, Nate Hartle, a senior from Sioux City East, was relentless. If our records were straight, he acquired 5 takedowns in the 2nd period as he overwhelmed Bert Johnson of Burlington 23-11. And there you see Hartle, the champion. Now back to you, Doug.
An undefeated year for Nate Hartle, and Johnson was undefeated until that match. Well, we're at 145. And here we depart from our level just a little bit from our standard rotation, because we're going to show you the 3A match between Jeff Thyler of Dowling West Des Moines and Jay Cox of Indianola, 2 Central Iowa wrestlers. There are some who think that Jeff Thyler is the best wrestler in the state of Iowa. You have a chance to help make up your mind. He's won 94 in a row. He's a 2-time champion going for 3. And his team will win for sure this title if he wins.
That's for sure, Doug.
Because
Jefferson only has 1 left. Jeff Horak at 189, and this would
that's right.
Okay, ready to go, man. Let's go.
And Thyler is the last Dowling man to go for a title. And we're going to watch it right here. Thyler and Cox. Cox in the blue. He's on the left.
This is a district finals rematch.
At 1A, by the way, sorry to interrupt there for a second, Tim. This is Bruce Christopher of North Winneshiek, Decorah against Damon Lloyd from New London.
Once we get off,
and at 3A, and at 2A, it's Mike Madden of Alleman, North Polk, Central Iowa against Mark Speltz of the state champion 2A division team, New Hampton.
Well, Jeff Thyler from Dowling has tremendous intensity. He's just out to dominate. He's never satisfied with just a win, so that's what makes this young wrestler so exciting. But on the other hand, Jay Cox, he's a sophomore, but he doesn't wrestle like a sophomore. He's real tough, and he's not going to give up right here without a fight. He's going to go right after, as you see, right after Jeff Thyler. But Jeff Thyler is very aggressive.
Circle in.
He's one of the most dominating senior years in the history of Iowa wrestling, according to a lot of coaches. And he's had the most wins ever.
Bring it back, guys.
In the history of Iowa, 170 wins.
We have no score.
Damon Lloyd from New London just won by a fall in 57 seconds. New London gets a state champion. Damon Lloyd in 1A match in 57 seconds with a fall.
Now you're looking at Jay Cox here work against Jeff Thyler. He went in on the single leg shot. And although Thyler is countering him, was Cox who got the move, made the move, and the referee has to call a stalemate.
That was a pin over Bruce Christopher from North Winneshiek, Decorah by New London's Damon Lloyd. There's Thyler in on the double. Good extension. Comes through. 2 points.
2-0 in favor of Jeff Thyler.
That's a patented double by Jeff Thyler. He's one of his favorite moves from the feet. He's been in the international style wrestling a lot. He's been 4th and 5th in the national juniors. He's placed in the world juniors. He's just really had a
puts the legs
career.
in, and he has a real tough half Nelson here. He's just driving Cox into a near fall position with leverage and power. Now he can go chest to chest with him, and he could pin him right
He'd like
here.
to drive. He'd like to pin him right here.
Except time's running out, Tim. 3-point near fall makes it 5-0.
Only 2 guys have gone the distance with Jeff Thyler this year.
So we go to the second period. And Thyler's going to pick down. It's his choice. He leads 5-0.
Thyler got to the finals with 2 falls and a technical fall. And on the other hand, Jay Cox really fought his way through, winning an overtime match in the quarterfinals and then 4-3 in the semis. Nice job by the sophomore Cox.
Thyler rolls and comes around in a reversal, 7-0.
That was a great little Granby roll, turning it into a reversal by Jeff Thyler.
He leads by 7.
42-0 is Jeff Thyler's record. 33-2-1 for Jay Cox from Indianola.
And as we said, 94 in a row for Thyler over
the last 2 years.
Last 2 years. Now he sucked Cox back again.
That's the last 3 years because he's going for his 3rd state title, so he hasn't lost since
Here is that arm bar again, just driving.
1, 2,
near fall
3,
position for Thyler
4,
with 1:10 to go in the second period.
Lots of time. He wants to settle down. He doesn't want Cox to be able to get his arm freed, but he does.
3-point near fall, 10-0. See the score there up at the top. That's the mat side scoreboard. Thyler of Dowling. If he wins it, West Des Moines has clinched a clear title.
In the 2A match, with 45 seconds left, it's 3-1 in favor of Mark Speltz from New Hampton over Mike Madden from Almond, North Pope.
And Speltz is undefeated. His team is the state champion team for Arlen Severson. 2A Coach of the Year.
You need time, Sonny? You ready to go?
10-0 with 34 seconds to go here at 3A. Thyler against Cox. That's Jeff Thyler. Boy, I'll tell you, there are a lot of scouts from all over the country here to watch him.
Red.
Well, most people agree that he's
a
the top blue chip wrestler, recruit in the state this year.
Stay set now. Caution green.
Caution against Thyler for moving too quickly.
Okay.
All the major Iowa coaches are here, the major schools, and from other states as well. Used to be that the Iowa State tournament ran opposite the big qualifying tournaments, the conference championships, the Big 8s and the Big 10s, but it hasn't here this year at all. Jeff Thyler leading Jay Cox of Indianola by 10 with the second period almost gone.
third period, guys. It's Red's choice. Red.
10-0.
What are you going to do?
There's Dan Gable. We were saying that the coaches were here. Dan Gable is one of them.
On the right there with the tie on.
Third period.
As everybody knows who Dan Gable is.
Tyler and Cox. A senior against a sophomore. In the last period, 10-0. Cox made the first move in the first period a couple of times, made a couple of long leg shots, and didn't score with them. And most recently, it's been Tyler aggressive. You can see Cox just a little bit tentative out there, and he got back. He backed out, and that's exactly what referee Gene Luttrell thought too.
Well, with only a minute 15 seconds left in 2A, Mark Speltz from New Hampton leads Mike Madden from North Polk 3-2.
Now Cox went in on the leg, but Tyler almost let him have it, it looked to me, to see if he could find some counter for it. He hasn't been given a takedown. Now he has. 12-0.
Stalemate, let's go again. You're down, Red.
Jeff Tyler going for his third championship. And there's a minute and 11 seconds to go.
Great. You ready? Okay,
Triple A, 145 pounds.
One Red, get back in there, Red. Back in, back in.
That's the first point for Cox.
There's two green.
He's trying to.
And a takedown again by
Keep on the map.
Tyler. Looks like he's angling for a technical fall now.
15-point win.
14-2.
With only 35 seconds, it's 4-2 on that 2A match, with Mark Speltz leading Mike Madden.
Tyler finally drove Cox straight back, goes ahead 16-2.
You're up, one Red.
And another takedown will end it. It's a 3-point lead, 16-3. And here comes Tyler. It's a technical fall. And West Des Moines, Dowling of West Des Moines becomes the state wrestling champion at the 3A division.
In Ron Gray's first year as head coach. Congratulations, Ron Gray.
3 individual championships by that man, Jeff Tyler. Finished the season 43-0. We still have about 10 seconds to go in the 2A match. Between Madden and Speltz leads 4-2.
Speltz on the left, circling. No points. He wins it. You can tell who the winner is. I don't have to show you.
Mark Speltz from the state championship New Hampton team, coached by the 2A division coach of the year, Arlen Severson. An undefeated season for Mark Speltz. We're going to show you the awards now in the 1A class at 140 pounds.
Janesville. 6th place, Tim Chestnut, Clarksville. 5th place, Andy Vespestad, Bondurant Farrar. 4th place, Corbin Kinney, Griswold. 3rd place, Scott Webster, Lisbon. Runner-up, Rick Whitrock, Milford, Okoboji. The 1A 140-pound champion from Janesville, Randy Heidemann.
A big win by Heidemann. He won over Whitrock 9-0 in the 1A division. Part of the sellout crowd, more than 12,000 in Veterans Auditorium for the State Wrestling Championships of 1990, which we're bringing you live on Iowa Public Television. I'm Doug Brown with Tim Johnson and Dick Trotter and Dean Borg. And lots of other people here. Here are the 2A winners at 140.
Sixth place, David Hansmeyer, Wakan. Fifth place, Tony Doherty, Norwalk. Fourth place, Travis Allen, Mount Vernon. Third place, Aaron Ari, Humboldt. Runner-up, Grant Yortsoy, Monroe PCM. And the 2A 140-pound champion from St. Ansgar, Jeremy Ask.
Those are the 2A winners at 140 pounds. St. Ansgar, as we said, has gone into second place in the 2A division team quest. Now the Class 3A.
Awards, Coach Del Hughes of Sioux City East. Sixth place, Paul McGee, Ames. Fifth place, Ed Burnell, Cedar Rapids, Jefferson. Fourth place, Craig Puffer, Iowa City West. Third place, Jeff Dalrymple, Waterloo West. Runner-up, Bert Johnson, Burlington. And the 3A 140-pound champion from Sioux City East, Nate Hartle.
Congratulations, Nate. I call your attention to the fourth place winner there. He's a cousin of mine.
Oh,
Did
right.
very well, very proud of him.
That's
Dean
great.
Borg is with
On the
us at
single
the end
A
of the
mat at 145 pounds. It took 57 seconds for Damon Lloyd of New London to pin Bruce Christopher of North Winneshiek Decorah. Damon Lloyd, the champ, at 145 in single A. Here's Dick Trotter.
And for Mark Speltz, the champion from New Hampton, as the Chickasaws roll along and they win the state Class 2A title. Speltz wins at 145 over Mike Madden of Alamo North Polk. Right now with me is the three-time state champion in Class 3A competition from West Des Moines Dowling, young man by the name of Jeff Filer. Jeff, what goes on your mind when you know you're coming into the match tonight? You got 12,000 people here. What are you thinking about when you come up for your last match?
Well, it's an exciting tournament, but you know, all the experience through the years, you know, our team, we wrestle in, you know, top competition around the Midwest. And we just think of this tournament as just another tournament, you know. We're not into the mind games and everything.
It was indeed, and if my score sheet is right, I see 19-3, and you said you'd wrestled this young man, Jeff Cox, before.
Yeah, I wrestled him at districts, and we had a good match there.
And your favorite move was on your feet?
Yeah, I like wrestling on my feet a lot more. I'm freestyle-oriented from my feet.
Good luck to you, Jeff Filer, West Des Moines Dowling, state champion 3 times in a row. Now back to you, Doug.
Thank you, Dick, and to Dean Borg, too. 152 pounds next. We're going to Double A. This is where we start with the Double A to the next 4 weights. And the man in the undefeated position coming into this match is Glenwood's Jeff Jans, and his opponent is Chad Turn of Mount Vernon, who's lost only once this year. They're going for the state championship at 2A.
It's unique because both of these wrestlers came into the finals through overtime semifinals, Doug.
In the 1A match, it's Randy Jimenez of Southeast Warren Liberty Center against Lynn Johnson of Logan Magnolia. Johnson is undefeated. In the AAA, it's Decorah's Ryan Kittleson against junior Mark Fox of Urbandale. Neither one of those wrestlers has lost more than 1 match this year. They're each once beaten.
Jeff Jens has jumped out to a 2-1 lead with a takedown, and then with Chad Turn's escape, it makes it 2-1. Jens 37-0, last year's state champion at 152 pounds, the same weight class Jeff Jens won last year.
Jens is in the black uniform. You see him on the left. Chad Turn is in the, well, familiar to you, maroon uniform of Mount Vernon. Tim Johnson, coach at Mount Vernon.
Well,
some years ago.
And Coach Bill Thompson is excited about having Chad Turn in the finals because this young man has come a long ways, and personally from just not even being a full-time wrestler as a freshman and a sophomore. Last year was his first full year on the team, and so Coach Thompson said he's come a long ways, and he's feeling a lot of satisfaction having Chad in the finals.
He's down 4-1 right now, though, with 36 seconds to go. in the first period.
Jeff Jens is a real physical wrestler, as is Chad Turn. You saw the capabilities on the feet of Jeff Jens on why he is a defending state champion. These two have met in the team duel last year. They met and they had a good match with Jens winning it.
Work it, both of you.
Coach Bob Dyer from Glenwood was last year's Coach of the Year when they won the Class 2A state championship.
Jens of Glenwood leads 4-1.
As I said, each of them had to win in overtime in the semifinals to be here. There's Bob Dyer with his hand on his face right there saying, golly, I wish it was over and Jens was a winner.
But I wish he were coming back next year.
Yeah, all kinds of things going through his mind.
Well, you never know. He might be thinking, what am I going to have to eat after the match? 4-1 in favor of Jeff Jens. At the end of the first period, Jens has his choice.
Green to fur, red down.
And Jens wants to start under. He's leading by 3.
Second period.
Chad Turn, it's spelled TH, but pronounced Turn, like T-U-R-N.
Didn't take Jens long, did it? He's out up by 4 now, 5-1. He looks a little more physical, a little stronger, and
he was in on a nice double. Jeff Jens shoots in on a nice double, and he wants to play takedown.
7-2. See the clock ticking up there.
Now he jumps in, hooks the legs.
Watch the face.
Jeff Jens comes through to the other far leg right there. Not able to execute through yet. There he drives through, and it's looking close to 2 points.
And he has it 9-2. Jim Christensen of Greenfield, the referee, calls the 4th takedown for Jeff Jens. He'll probably turn him loose again.
Set. Down easy, Rand.
He did. 9-3. 152-pound class. The 1990 Wrestling Championships live from Veterans Auditorium in Des Moines on Iowa Public Television.
There's a double attempt by Chad Turn, but the hip action by Jeff Jens is able to counter him and avoid the takedown.
Interesting, he stepped in and just took what he had left. Yeah. 11-3. And 11-4 after the let go. But Jens of Glenwood is showing dominance here against Chad Turn of Mount Vernon.
Well, he's very solid. He's a rock, you know, as you can see right there, and he's established himself on his feet to the point where he feels very confident on his leg attack right there, to where he can make moves like he just did and take a little risk. Now here's a counter, and he's able to counter Chad Turn very well right there. Pulls up the arms, does a nice job of countering, and you're right, he has shown some dominance here.
End of the second period, 11-4, 7-point lead. And Turn has a choice.
There's Coach Bill Thompson in his 8th year at Mount Vernon. Always has boys up here, and he's excited about Chad Turn's development, as I said. And probably like to see him turn it on a little bit here in the last period.
He isn't as confident going underneath as Jens is. Jens was actually in the last period going all the way under, even without using his arm. Just get under there and take something when he arrived.
Let's get some offense, gentlemen.
Outside signal. He'll try to turn back on the mat and work.
Whoa, there
he slipped.
Was almost the first mistake he made. Jens, that is. Coach Thompson encouraging Chad Turn to just keep going. There's a minute and a half left in the.
Well, we've already seen it tonight. These matches can be settled in a matter of seconds.
You're exactly right.
11-5. See what I mean? Jens is very confident out there. Feels very much in command.
You know, we were talking about families and the Lights and the Randalls being in company as far as having so many state championships. Mount Vernon and Lisbon are only a mile apart, Doug.
Yes.
And so you put those families, they might be the closest families. You put that's 11 state championships between the Randalls and the Lights, and they grew up and lived within a mile of each other. Now that might be a record. If it isn't, it's above average.
53 seconds to go. And turn went under, but Jens stopped him cold with with an underhook. Now he's going to try to hook his man over to his back, and he did so.
Boy, he is a horse. Jeff Jens was able to whip over. Chad turned there, and he's got a neck wrench, and he's got the arm covered right there.
27 seconds to go. He has a 3-point near fall. That was a 5-point move, and if he can settle in, no, he can't pin him now. (16-5). Jeff Jens.
We got a great match on the 1A. It's 6-6 on the 1A match at 152.
Jimenez versus Johnson.
Jimenez and Johnson. Johnson from Logan Magnolia, a familiar name at Logan Magnolia over the last 20-some years. And Jimenez, Liberty Center, Southeast Warren, 6-6 with 52 seconds left.
And it ends at AA, Matt, with Jeff Jens winning impressively over Chad Turn to Mount Vernon, 16-5.
Two-time state champion, Jeff Jens. Congratulations, Jeff, and Glenwood and Coach Bob Dyer.
On Iowa Public Television, we're going to go to this 1-1. We're going to go to this 6-6 match at 1A between Randy Jimenez of Southeast Warren and Lynn Johnson of Logan Magnolia. The man who is getting some attention with the injury timeout was Jimenez in the green uniform. Lynn Johnson is already out there. He has the white top and the purple second color, and Jimenez is in on a double leg right away, but he can't finish it. It's 48 seconds to go here, and the warning goes to Johnson for backing out to avoid the takedown. 6-6. He pronounces it with the J, Jimenez. Well, so he doesn't know how to pronounce his own name. That's what we're saying. We have to hope that. Anyway, Randy's in a good match here. He has 33 seconds to go between Lynn Johnson and Randy Jimenez. The Gibbonses are up on the mat. Well, as a matter of fact, those are all Iowa State. 3 national champions there. Kelly Ward on the right, Jim Gibbons behind him. There's Perry Hummel and Joe Gibbons on the left.
And how many state championships between Jim and Joe?
What was it? 7?
Yeah. I think you're right. Yep. 4 for Joe, 3 for Jim.
33 seconds to go, and they have timeout again for Randy Jimenez of Southeast Warren. He's had a great year, 28-2. His coach is Ron Miller. Now Lynn Johnson, waiting there patiently or impatiently as the case may be on the left, is undefeated in 33 matches. From Logan Magnolia, and away they go on the whistle. Jimenez takes the shot.
The referee's Don Crandall from Oskaloosa.
Six to 6 with about 20 seconds to go. 1A, 152.
Kind of have the feeling somebody's going to score here, Doug.
15 seconds.
Well, they're going to score here, but it'll probably be in overtime.
Well, it would appear that way right now with about 1 second to go. The official is Don Crandall of Oskaloosa. He brings him back to the center. and then blows his whistle and get to the end. We'll get some information to you about what happened also at the AAA match between Kittleson and Fox, which has just ended. We saw Jeff Jens defeat Chad Turn 16-5 for the 2A championship. Jens from Glenwood. And now Jimenez and Johnson will go into 6-3 in favor of Kittleson was the score at the AAA.
Kittleson from Decorah, state champion for Leroy Capriva.
Over Mark Fox of Urbandale. So they'll take this 1 minute rest and then they'll come back to wrestle a shorter match. 3 periods with 1 minute each. That's Jimenez of Southeast Warren. He went 6-6 with Lynn Johnson in the first match, in the first regulation. Those are the numbers of team championships. We said that West Waterloo has won more than any other team, 17 of them. Lisbon is right up there now. Fort Dodge, East Waterloo, and Cresco, which hasn't always been Cresco-Crestwood, but they've won a lot of titles. Since we've joined this match, Jimenez has shown a lot of aggressiveness, but Johnson has shown a lot of defensive ability.
Now Johnson's trying to post that arm and come around, but Jimenez is holding the head. See, he's got a hold of the head, keeping Johnson from spinning around. He was able to keep him from spinning around for the 2.
And he got it faced off, and here he comes again with that shot. He takes him from way outside, though.
He takes the shots. Johnson's posting ahead and trying to come around.
We're almost at the end of the, well, 22 seconds away from the end of the first period. Again in the overtime, if it settles into a tie, then you have criteria that everybody's supposed to know ahead of time. Coach is supposed to have it in mind so he doesn't get fooled. Post in the head, that's front.
He's really trying to spin around, but Jimenez is doing a nice job of holding him.
There's the 2. There's the 2 for Johnson. Right at the end of the
buzzer there. Johnson really was pushing, posting that head, spinning one way, spinning the other way. Persistence paid off.
And so it's Johnson 2-0 in the overtime, 8-6 altogether.
Now see him spinning right here. Then he posts it again, spins again, has a hand on the crotch right there, posts the head, sees right on the head, drives across, has a hold of the leg, finally gets 2 right there at the buzzer.
Jimenez countered him all the way, managed to stay face-to-face with him as long as possible, but couldn't stay there forever, and Johnson finally got behind him. Second period, Johnson starts on top. Jimenez got to pick where he wanted to go, and he went to the bottom. Jimenez trapped the leg when he went back that time. He's in a little better spot than he was the first time they made this move. But that didn't last long.
So he's pulling that wrist through, using kind of a arm right there, trying to drive it across, get Jimenez off his base, as he's successful doing right now. Now Jimenez back to his base. That's what keeps him from going to his back. But now he's off his base. Hips are down on the mat. That's the dangerous part.
Don Crandall calls out a stalemate. There's only 1 second left in the second period. 152 pounds, 1A division. This is the last match going at this weight. An overtime. Now we have the last 1 minute to go, the last period. 8-6. Lynn Johnson in charge. He's the man on the bottom. Jimenez has to make up 2 points.
Trying to put on the cradle. The referee, Don Crandall, calls it potentially dangerous. knows he must score from the top here. Jimenez does. He knows he must score by putting Johnson on his back.
You'd have to put him on his back for 3, too, because 2 wouldn't be enough. Well, it would be 2.
Yes,
near
it
fall,
would.
a near fall's higher in the criteria.
He would
That's
win
right.
by criteria if he gets a 2-point near fall.
But he has only a half a minute to do it.
Although we don't know what happened in the regulation time.
That's right. That's right. It isn't like the collegiate where the overtime is a completely different match.
Jimenez really trying to work Johnson here.
Trying to make something with a bent leg Turk, and he can't. That's considered by Don Crandall to be too dangerous. 8 seconds to go. And it ends right there.
A little bit too late. The call on stalling for 1 point for Jimenez to make it an 8-7 victory for Lynn Johnson from Logan Magnolia.
He is the winner, 8-7 in overtime. And he finishes an undefeated season. Still had enough strength to almost set a state long jump record there into the arms of his coach, Kent Kirsten. We have the awards now. Coming up at 1:45.
5th place, Cale Hope, Liberty Center, Southeast Warren. 4th place, Alex Malcolm, Tabor, Fremont Mills. 3rd place, Corey Yoder, Belmont. Runner-up, Bruce Christopher, North Winneshiek. The 1A 145-pound champion from New London, Damon Lloyd.
He's the state champion. He's number 1. So now we're going to take a look at the 2A award winners here in Veterans Auditorium on Iowa Public Television's live coverage of the 1990 state championships.
45-pound awards, Coach Arlen Severson of New Hampton. 6th place, Derek Siebert, Monroe PCM. 5th place, Scott Carlton, Winterset. 4th place, Damon Malcolm, Mediapolis. 3rd place, B.J. Woodruff, Bloomfield, Davis County. Runner-up, Mike Madden, Alleman, North Polk. The 2A 145-pound champion from New Hampton, Mark Speltz.
He went through his senior year undefeated and won a state championship, 4-2 over Mike Madden. That's 2A. Now we go to the big schools. The AAA level. And the man on the top step is up there for the 3rd time.
Quite a career there for the West Des Moines Dowling Jeff
Class
Filer.
3A 145-pound awards, Coach Ron Gray of West Des Moines Dowling. 6th place, Marcus Mowinkle, Lidmar Marion. 5th place, Chris Kelson, Sioux City East. 4th place, Marco Marino, Dubuque Weller. 3rd place, Jeff Olson, Burlington. Runner-up, Jay Cox, Indianola. And the 3A 145-pound champion from West Des Moines Dowling, Jeff Filer.
The smile of a 3-time champion. Let's go to Dick Trotter.
All right, in 3A competition at 152 pounds, here you see Ryan Kittleson, the tactician from Decorah, who wins 6-3 over Mark Fox of Urbandale, and a mighty happy lad indeed. And right now, you see another mighty happy young man, Arlen Doc Severson, the coach of the Chickasaws from New Hampton. Arlen, how does it feel?
Oh, great. I didn't think it ever happened.
Well, here we are, Coach of the Year and 2A champions. What a way to go.
Oh, it's just great. Been a long time.
Did you have this goal in mind when you started the season?
Well, we thought we could do it, but a lot of people didn't think we could, and they've just been working at it all year. It's just been kind of a team goal.
And certainly with
to do everything.
Spielman coming through the way he did tonight had to make you feel
Spells.
mighty good.
Yeah.
Spells, right.
Yeah.
Okay, Arlen, thanks a lot, and best of luck to you in your next match.
Okay.
Now back to you, Doug.
Thank you, Dick Trotter. We're going back to the 2A mat, and we have an important one coming up here between Dan Rule and Robbie Brown for the 160-pound championship. Parkersburg and Winterset are tied in the standings coming into this match.
We're tied for fourth, and so there won't be a tie after this match.
Dan Rule just took the lead. He's undefeated this year for Parkersburg. His coach, Jay Llewellyn. He's up 2-0 now. Robbie Brown of Winterset is his opponent. In the other matches that we'll be watching on the 1A mat, Mike Preem of Clarion Goldfield is wrestling Chad Crozy of Clarksville. And at 3A, Ken McNear of Ankeny wrestles Ed Miles of Mason City for the 160-pound championship. Let's go back to AA, to Rule against Robbie Brown.
Well, right now, Coach Gary Christensen is fixing the headgear. It must have a broken nose. Robbie Brown must have a broken nose, and they have a face mask on there. And Coach Gary Christensen is trying to get that settled there. While Dan Rule waits out in the center of the mat. Dan Rule from Parkersburg, 32-0. Robbie Brown from Winterset,
31-11, but he's a junior.
Only a junior.
Rule, with a lot of experience, has the lead 2-0. And
he's
driving that half
ripped.
Nelson.
Oh, he is. Yes, he's still got it.
1, 2, 3.
Boy, I'll tell you.
2 red.
This Dan Rule is very good in flurries. He's a tough type of hustler wrestler, and he comes out on top in flurries here.
And he had a 2-point near fall. Here it looks like he's racking up another one.
Nothing.
No, not a near fall.
Coached by Jay Llewellyn, former Cedar Falls and UNI athlete.
Referee again is Don Crandall of Oskaloosa.
Let's go, gentlemen. Let's go, gentlemen. Pick it up.
Rule again driving. We've seen a good deal of that tonight. 3 or 4 wrestlers using with the legs in and the half Nelson.
They've been driving, and I like it when they get out there with that confidence. Clarksville wrestler Chad
Crozy. Chad Crozy.
Chad Crozy.
Green, your choice. Up, down, neutral, or defer. Green defers.
Here are the team standings from AA, which is the
Red goes down.
level of school size these gentlemen
Let's keep it
represent.
hustling, man. Let's keep it hustling.
Well, we don't have it for you right now.
Steady.
And I'll
They
finish
are
my
tied
thought.
for
Chad
fourth.
Crozy from Clarksville did jump out in the first period to a 2-0 lead with only 14 seconds left in the first period over Mike Preem from Clarion Goldfield.
Center.
5-0 now. As the escape by Rule starts the second period.
That's 2 red.
And he goes up 7-0 with the takedown that followed. Well, now Robbie Brown is going to have to think of something here to take this mind control away from Dan Rule. It's not, after a while, it gets to be mental too, as well as physical.
Let's score points,
And Rule is
gentlemen. Let's
dominating
score.
on top.
Well, when they're confident enough to roll and get a little bit high, you know they're feeling a lot of confidence, like you were saying. And that's a mark of someone who knows they're in control, and that's where Dan Rule is right now. 7-0 with 50 seconds left in the second period.
Watch your arm. Watch your arm.
On the 3A mat at 160 pounds,
Keep that
the
legal
score
now.
is
Keep it legal.
6-1. Ed Miles from Mason City leading Ken McNear from Ankeny with 1 period left.
Chad Crozi's leading Mike Preem at the 1A. 2-1.
Warning red, you're just hanging with the
There's
legs.
a warning against
red.
Dan Rule. Too much of a
You're
good
just
thing,
hanging on
says
top of the legs, young man.
Don Crandall. 7-0. And coasting is what he's saying.
Set. Cover.
There's the Robbie Brown with the nose protector.
Dan Rule's brother was a state champion five or so years ago for Parkersburg, so it's, as they say, in the genes, and he's driving for a state championship of his own here, the Parkersburg athlete. Ahead 7-0. Looking for some more points here.
Wrestling confidently on top.
Hey, come on. Easy.
Still 7-0 at the end of the second period. Now we have the 2A standings for you. New Hampton is up there on top. St. Ansgar has moved ahead of Grinnell. Then you see this battle here between Parkersburg and Winterset.
Well, the winner will move up for the trophy.
They'll win up
the
into
winner
a
will
tie.
go to third place.
They'll tie St. Ansgar with 4 more points because St. Ansgar has 51.
Wow. Tied for
it's
second
important.
place. Very important match.
The winner gets a trophy for his team.
Well, and look at what the score is. It's 7-0 with an 8-point win. That would put him ahead of St. Ansgar.
That's right.
If that was, but it's not going to happen.
Nothing,
well,
we got
it might.
nothing, we got nothing.
Whoa, what a flurry. And
red.
Look who comes out on top in that flurry. Dan Rule from Parkersburg. He has got a major decision now. That would put Parkersburg in second place.
Advance here, man. Green down.
What a big match for Parkersburg.
It sure is. It would break the tie for fourth all the way up to second.
Steady.
And what it would also do is take a trophy away from Grinnell. And the other team that not as well
that's
as the other team
inevitable.
here. That's inevitable. It's true. Either one of these teams is going to do that.
We got warning green. Come on, son. Warning green.
Here's a warning against Robbie Brown on the bottom.
And the Mason City, Ed Miles from Mason City has just won a championship with a 6-1 victory over Ken McNair from Ankeny in the AAA match. Congratulations to Mike Burford.
His coach.
His coach. Mike's had a great
Oh, look
year.
at this. That was a close
fantastic.
situation. There was a reversal by Robbie Brown, and he almost caught Rule on his back. So that takes away the major decision.
That takes away the major unless Dan Rule can escape.
It's a major, it's of great importance here.
Can you
It's a
imagine
matter-
what St. Ansgar's, you think they're watching this match? Nope, there is the major again.
Now that makes it 11-2. They just went from third to second again.
Score points, gentlemen, both of you. Use them or get off of there.
It'll be worth 5 points to the team, and that would put them in second place.
Let's go up there, improve it. Improve it.
There it is.
Stalemate. Let's go,
Stalemate.
green
No, that's
down.
stalemate.
Use it.
No, time's out.
That's it.
I'm not sure. They haven't decided yet.
You know, I'm not so sure that Jay Llewellyn and Dan Rule know what's just happened for their team either.
No, I don't suppose they do. But I think they may very well have, say, 1 or 2 seconds are left here. Because I don't think they stopped the clock as fast as
We got 2
Don
seconds
Crandall.
left,
Yes.
gentlemen. You're down. You're down.
11-2.
You're down. 2 seconds.
If Rule
Count
wins, and I don't see how he can avoid it.
Hammer.
You know. He wins.
That's it.
There is a leap for Parkersburg from 4th to 2nd.
Shake hands, gentlemen.
And
Nice
here's a
job,
story
both of
right
you.
here
Let's stay
over
right
on
here.
the single A mat right here. It's quite a story.
Attaboy.
Mike Cream. There was, we see Dan Rule in Double A. Loving that win. Here we are at 1A. What a story. It's 4-3. Mike Preem ahead from Clarion. Doug, he was 3rd in the district. And because of another wrestler not being able to make the state, Mike Preem got to take his 3rd place and turn it into a state qualifier, and here he is. And those two wrestled before in the sectional tournament. So here they are in the finals, Mike Preem and Chad Crozy.
Pronounces it Cruzy, we
Cruzy.
Here's Preem trying to take down at 40 seconds to go. He didn't get it.
Well, this reminds me, 1969, I got to tell you, my teammate, Ron McDonald, was third in the district. He came back from Morning Sun and won a state championship when he finished third in the districts and hadn't qualified, but the person ahead of him got injured. We could have the same situation here. Third place in the districts. A week ago, you don't think you're coming? You're not even coming? And here you are in the finals, tied, and could have won a state championship. What a turnaround.
Well, he's from a proud wrestling town. Clarion has a great history of wrestling.
Oh, man.
But he's the only man here from Clarion this year. But we didn't know he was going to be here.
The only loss Preem has had has been to Cruzy.
He's had 2 losses.
He lost in the sectional and the district tournament to Cruzy.
And
this is something else. It looks like it could be another overtime.
It's beginning to look that way. We're in the last 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. It's an overtime.
Wow.
So the referee is Bob McNeil from Cedar Rapids. One of the many veteran referees here who are used to being in charge in these meets. They do high school meets. Many of them do college meets. They're the best the state of Iowa has to offer, and that's very, very good. We're at 160 pounds in the 1A championships and overtime. Again, this is they will go 3 more minutes. 3 more periods, 1 minute each. Mike Preem of Clarion Goldfield,
coached by Craig Warnicki,
against Chad Cruzy of Clarksville, coached by Ron Peterson.
Ron Peterson has really put together a program at Clarksville year in and year out in the last several years. They've done a fine job, and that's a tribute to the coach.
Before we get to the overtime, we want to tell you about a special time coming up on Iowa Public Television called Festival. The dates, March 5th through March 18th. And during that period, you can enjoy some very special programs. And you're asked to show your support for the high-quality program by calling and pledging dollars to Friends of Iowa Public Television. The money raised during the festival is used during the coming year to help with program expenses, such things as college wrestling, for instance, that we have an interest in, and programs. These are underwritten with Friends dollars. So tune in and enjoy the spectacular programs, and please show how much you appreciate quality television by joining Friends. Here we go in the overtime between Preem and Cruzy. $160 over Iowa Public Television. It's the 1A championship. Overtime. They went 4-4 through regulation time. Preem in the black, Cruzy in the maroon. Long
Preem in on a single leg, but he's got to get it cut across to a double, or Cruzy is going to be able to get around for the 2 points. He's trying to cross face right here. Preem sucking in right there, trying to suck in the hips, pulling in the knee, as you see, and it's going to be called for a stalemate if no improvements made. Bob McNeil from Cedar Rapids, the referee, a veteran referee.
8 seconds to go in the first period. Bob McNeil still thinks there's opportunity in there for somebody, so he's not calling them away from it. There's the end of the period. It's actually a good-looking, quick long single by Preem, and a dandy counter by Cruzy. That's Preem. Going into the down position to begin the second 1 minute period. 4-4. So now they decided on mat wrestling. Eight seconds went by. Riding time is not a factor in high school wrestling. Not even in the overtime, not even as a point of difference when you come to criteria in a tie.
There's the escape for Mike Preem.
So it's 5-4 in favor of Preem. He's a story, as we said. Didn't know he was going to make it to the state.
Well, you can imagine last Sunday morning he was probably a little down and saying, well, I sure would have liked to have been there. And I doubt if he was dreaming. I doubt if he even dreamed about this.
.30 seconds to go. Clarion Goldfield against Clarksville. We have 18 seconds to go. Now in the next period, unquestionably, Cruzy will take the down position and have the same opportunity to escape that Preem had.
There's a shot by Preem and counter by Cruzy. Just how it's been all night long with these two.
5 seconds to go in the second overtime minute. And it's through. Overtime. Second period. This time, Cruzy's choice. And he goes under. Now Brad Preem, Mike Preem is looking over his shoulder at his coach Craig Warnicki saying, should I let him go? Should I ride him?
And Craig Warnicki saying, ride him, but don't give him two.
You've heard that before.
One, not two. One, not two.
You've said it before, I think. And here comes, you see Cruzy stepping across to stop just what you were talking about, a switch by Preem for two. 17 seconds gone. In high school wrestling, it isn't a matter of when you get out for points. It's just do you get out.
Little light reading there by Ron Peterson's assistant.
Tough first move by Cruzy. That's a warning against Preem for staying down on the leg.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you know your criteria, he can take a stalling call. Mike Preem can take a stalling call here and possibly still win the match. It just depends what happened in regulation time, and we don't know that. Oh, he doesn't. Okay, it's on the feet.
5-5. 30 seconds to settle it.
Well, we don't have the advantage of knowing the regulation time. Somebody's got the win here in criteria, and hopefully the coaches know who it is.
From the activity of Craig Warnicki, the Clarion coach, it may very well be that Cruzy has criteria, but I'm not sure. 7 seconds to go in a 5-5 match. And it will come down to criteria.
They know, and it looks like the Clarksville people,
yeah, they're happy. They must feel they have maybe, I don't think they have near fall points, but maybe more takedowns. We'll see. Takedowns get priority over reversals.
Well, Mike Preem gave it one great effort. He was really, really trying there. What a great comeback for Mike Preem, and what a great win for Chad Cruzy. And if it is a win for Chad Cruzy, to win in the sectionals district and state over the same man is a tough, tough thing to do. And it appears that possibly he has done it. But of course, we won't know. Until
Just
these
yet.
men in the stripes get back to the center and raise the winner's hand.
It's at 160 pounds. We still have 171 to go. 189, and then heavyweight. In the state wrestling championships from Veterans Auditorium on Iowa Public Television. We look forward every year to the excitement of the state championship. The winner is Cruzy. He had more escapes than Preem.
And so that last escape,
that was the one.
Did win it.
It did. So they went down to the 5th point of criteria.
Where it says, if a tie remains, the wrestler with the greater number of escapes shall be declared the winner.
Here are the awards at 152.
Fourth place, Mike Meyer, Monona MFL. Third place, Chad Jensen, Orient Maxburg. Runner-up, Randy Jimenez, Liberty Center, Southeast Warren. A 1A 152-pound champion from Logan Magnolia, Lynn Johnson.
Lynn Johnson, the winner at 152 pounds in a tough match, an overtime match over Randy Jimenez. Now at 2A.
Coach Bob Dyer of Glenwood. Sixth place, Stacy Collier, Winterset. Fifth place, Chad Kalkved, Esterville. Fourth place, Boyd Forsyth, Huxley Ballard. Third place, Steve Kelly, Britt, West Hancock. Runner-up, Chad Turn, Mount Vernon. And the 2A 152-pound champion from Glenwood, Jeff Jens.
Jeff Jens is a two-time champion. And he won, as you can see, that's how many wins he had in a row. His last 77 in high school without a loss. So those are the 2A winners at 152. Here are the winners in the biggest schools, the 3As.
152-pound awards, Coach Leroy Capriva of Decorah. Sixth place, Jeff Black, Mason City. Fifth place, Brian Bricker, Sioux City East. Fourth place, Sean Scarborough, Waterloo, Columbus. Third place, Ted Osterberger, Dubuque Waller. The runner-up, Mark Fox, Urbandale. The 3A 152-pound champion from Decorah, Ryan Kittleson.
Attaboy, Ryan. Let's go to Dick Trotter.
All right, Doug, and our champion that we'll see here at 160 pounds, 3A competition is Ed Mills of Mason City, who defeats Ken McNair of Ankeny 6-1. And quite a happy young man. And another happy young man is with me right now, Ron Gray, who last year was the assistant at West Des Moines Dowling. This year, the champion West Des Moines Dowling. Ron, how does it feel to be head man?
It's a good feeling right now, I can tell you that.
Did you think when you came into tonight's finals tied with Jefferson 94 apiece that it was going to be this easy?
Well, I thought our chances were good. We had 3 good kids in the finals, and I thought our chances were pretty good.
And all 3 of them came through for you?
Yes, they did. They did a real good job, real fine. I'm proud of every one of them.
Well, this has been a great year for you and a great year for West Des Moines Dowling. Congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you very much, Dick.
Now back to you, Doug.
Thank you, Dick Trotter. We're going to go up to 171 pounds now. And first of all, we start with AA, the state champion team, New Hampton, Curtis Heidemann, against Sean Pippert of Muscatine LTS, Louisa Muscatine LTS.
L&M.
Curtis Heidemann.
Take it back on.
And in on the leg, you saw Pippert.
Whoa.
Nice lateral drop by Heidemann there.
No, that was by Sean Pippert.
That's Pippert.
Curtis Heidemann.
And at the 1A mat, we're going to be watching another Lisbon wrestler who is in trouble right at the moment. You see him on his back. That's Robbie Kamerling, undefeated this year. And Matt Strait of Logan Magnolia has him on his back with 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. Kamerling just came out from under, but he had a 3-point near fall against him, and he's down 5-0 right off the mark. At AAA, there you see Casey Hesseltine throwing Ernest Middleton. We just showed up in time to see it. And Hesseltine,
that looks like a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he's ranked number 1, hasn't lost this year.
Hesseltine wins the state championship. That's 2 for Iowa City High.
Well, we tuned in at the right time.
Boy, I'll tell you, those Iowa City fans are happy we put that corner up there then. What a what a great pin. He's been a pinner of 24, 25 pins this year. Casey Hesseltine, state champion.
And there's no score at the 2A mat. Curtis Heidemann and Sean Pippert.
He's got 2 of them, red.
That's 2 points for Curtis Heidemann from New Hampton, who's 31-2. He's a junior. He was an all-state fullback. He's really tough. Both his losses this year came to Matt Narum, who Sean Pippert defeated in the semifinals, who was upset by Sean Pippert in the semifinals.
20 seconds to go
Work for a fall
in the first period.
Work for a fall.
Last year, Heidemann was 4th at 171. Pippert was 4th at 160. 2 4th-place finishers from last year going at it for the state championship.
Don't block in there. Work for a fall, New Hampton.
Referee is Arlo Flegge from Waverly. Another very experienced official. We've seen him many times in past years, but I believe this is the first match we've had him on mat as the referee.
Now Pippert's going to turn this into a reversal or at least an escape. Oh, no points.
The period expired during that flurry, so it's still 2-0.
First, over to you, Green.
Pippert
Green
gets his
takes
choice,
down.
says I'll go down. Trails 2-0. Two nothing as Pippert comes under.
Set, move on, wait for the whistle. 1 Green.
That's 3-0 now. Heidemann's out.
No, it's 2-1. That was Sean Pippert who escaped.
I've seen too many matches. I'm all of a sudden looking at him on the wrong side. Two to 1 in favor of Heidemann.
No activity. Let's move in, fellas. Let's go.
Single leg by Heidemann there, real tight and real nicely executed. 2-point takedown. Curtis Heidemann shot into that single leg, and he had it tight.
Pippert bailed right out, too. It's 4-1.
Little Granby out, trying to come out with escape. Look at that single leg. It's tight. He drives through, covers both legs, gets a 2-point takedown.
On the whistle.
Pippert out for an escape. 1 point, 4-2.
4-2.
A takedown for Pippert would bring him right back into this match with only 55 seconds left in the second period.
The Class A match. It's 11-4, straight over Kamerling. So Kamerling's undefeated string this year is in danger.
Time.
Logan Magnolia over Lisbon. Timeout. Pippert. Injured.
You get hit in the bottom of the jaw. Okay.
Robbie Kamerling finished 3rd last year over on that single A mat, and he's trying to go for a champion. Here, this single leg attempt was countered, and there is where the injury took place. But over on the single A mat, like you said, it's 11-4, second period running out, and
Matt Straight really rolling it up over there.
Matt Straight from Logan Magnolia defeating Robbie Kamerling. Matt Straight was 4th last year at 1A. Robbie Kamerling was 3rd last year at 1A at 171. Matt Straight at 160. So 2 place winners.
Here we go again with Heidemann against Pippert. Heidemann leads 4-2. We're in quest of the 171-pound championship. A nice move under by Heidemann. He gets.
Well, it's a great double. It was really nicely executed. He says, let me stay on my feet.
6-3.
Well, Sean Pippert now twice has done it out of bounds. He needs to get that inbounds inside the circle. But, of course, Curtis Heidemann knows right where he's at also.
On the left, it's Heidemann by 3, 6-3, with 10 seconds to go in the second period. 171 pounds. And again out of bounds for that throw. 5 seconds to go, second period.
Stay right here.
They lock horns in the center just for a second at the end of the period. We go to the last 2 minutes with Curtis Heidemann leading 6-3. New Hampton's 171-pounder. He's part of a state championship team.
Well, and like I said, an all-state football player, only a junior. He's got a great senior year ahead of him.
Okay, move on.
He's only a junior.
Yes.
Yes, he is. Pippert on top. Needs to make up 3 points, so Pippert has to turn him from this top position or let him go and try to take him down into bigger points. Pippert hasn't given up on the chance of turning Heidemann yet.
Well, he's got a whole period to do it, and he is a hustler. That old Pippert just stays right with him. We got 2 real hustlers here, Doug.
Yep.
Neither one are going to quit, and I think that's the reason they're there right in the finals.
Heidemann got out, 7-3. He's up by 4. So now Pippert has no choice. He has to take Heidemann down into something major.
There's a double attempt, but a counter by Pippert.
We have 1:17 to go. Every once in a while, you may be able to catch the look at the clock.
Harlan Severson, Ron Crooks, his assistant coach there, New Hampton state champions. Robbie Chamberlain over on Matt, on those single A mat, is down 13-6 with 23 seconds left to Logan Magnolia's Matt Strait. Curtis Heidemann.
Warning against Heidemann.
Warned.
Move in.
Here's Coach Ron Reed, Louisa Muscatine, Sean Pippert's coach.
Heidemann on the right, Pippert on the left. Heidemann leads by plenty here. He has a 4-point lead. He's the man with the in on the leg.
Matt Strait has just won the championship over Robbie Chamberlain from Lisbon.
Oh,
13-8
by Heidemann. That made it 9-3 on the takedown. And Pippert is hustling to stay off his back here with about 20 seconds to go. He did give 2 near fall points. Referee Arlo Flegge said Heidemann had him there for 2. And it's 11-3.
Get off there, work on the side. Get off the back.
The winner is Heidemann.
And New Hampton's second state champion of the evening. A little icing on the cake for their state championship evening.
Yeah, it looks like there's officially 1 second to go. So Arlo Flegge says the rule book says we're going 6 minutes and not 5 minutes and 59. There it is. Heidemann wins.
Well, he's a real tough kid, Curtis Heidemann, state champion from New Hampton. A good game effort by Sean Pippert.
Obviously, a good, tough athlete. 11-4 make that score after the last escape by Pippert before the final takedown. Let's give the awards at 160.
4th place, Brad Chambers, trainer. 3rd place, Ryan Goodrich, Pleasantville. Runner-up, Mike Preem, Clarion. The 1A 160-pound champion from Clarksville, Chad Crozy.
And Chad had a tough match tonight, as you saw, against Mike Preem of Clarion Goldfield, but he won in overtime. Something to remember. 160. This is one we brought you
Presenting
complete.
the 2A 160-pound awards, Coach Jay Llewellyn of Parkersburg. 6th place, Ryan Fernal, Carlisle. 5th place, Corey Denner, New Hampton. Fourth place, Keith Levan, St. Ansgar. Third place, Chad Stouter, Glenwood. Runner-up, Robbie Brown, Winterset. The Class 2A 160-pound champion from Parkersburg, Dan Rule.
Congratulations, Dan. He ran Parkersburg up into second place with his victory tonight. He had a major decision over Robbie Brown of Winterset. So his team is happy about his trophy and his medal, and also will be happy about the trophy they'll be awarded here later. Let's go to 3A.
Awards, Coach Mike Burford of Mason City. Sixth place, Jeff Johnson, Clinton. Fifth place, Chip Shull, Southeast Polk Runnels. Fourth place, Eric Peters, Ames. Third place, J.J. Holmes, Waterloo East. Runner-up, Ken McNear, Ankeny. The 3A 160-pound champion from Mason City, Ed Miles.
Ed Miles, who won a championship of the 6-to-1 match tonight. Let's go to Dean Borg.
Single A champion in 171 pounds is Matt Strait of Logan Magnolia. He decisioned Robbie Kamerling of Lisbon 13-8. Actually, Matt Strait piled up an 11-4 lead at the end of the second period and then hung on toward Kamerling, was coming on strong at the end, didn't have enough, and was decisioned 13-8. Matt Strait is the champ. Here's Dick Trotter.
All right, Dean, at 171 pounds in the 3A competition, Casey Hesseltine of Iowa City shown there with his coach Clyde Bean after 30 years there. Hesseltine wasted no time as he pinned Ernest Middleton of West Waterloo in 1 minute and 5 seconds with a lateral drop, just as quick and easy as that. Now back to you, Doug.
Thank you, gentlemen. We have a 2A match to look at here to start, 189 pounds. Between Dave Verba of Eagle Grove, coached by brand new Hall of Fame inductee Dave Morgan, and Greg Dimmitt of Grinnell, coached by Mike Allen. Double A to start. Verba against Dimmitt.
Verba's a senior, 37, 2 wins, 2 losses, and 2 ties, and he was second last year at this weight class. Second last year, Dave Verba.
Verba's in the blue. Now
this is an interesting match right here, Doug. At 1A, we have the defending champion Mike Isaacson from Lake Mills going against Collie Thompson from Janesville. And Doug, that's for the 3rd place trophy right there.
We're going to settle it. So we'll keep our eye on that. And Triple A, it's Trent Lyman of Marshalltown wrestling Jeff Horak of Cedar Rapids, Jefferson. Jefferson's going to finish second. 3A. Now we're looking at 2A in the light uniform. Grinnell, Greg Dimmitt. He's lost only once this year. Eagle Grove's Verba is 37-2. He's had a couple of draws to go with that. Each man has had a draw. Dimmitt 1 and Verba 2.
Offense, guys, offense. There it goes, there it goes.
In the 1A match at 189, Isaacson has just scored a takedown over Thompson. Isaacson from Lake Mills. No. Thompson from Janesville has just scored a takedown over Isaacson. And now it's 2-2. A reversal. So Thompson and Isaacson all tied up.
No score at the AAA match between Lyman and Horak.
Come on, now, that's 5 times.
There is a warning.
Stay out here. Keep it right out here in the middle.
Against Dimmitt of Grinnell. No score here with 40 seconds to go in the first period.
There's a view of all 3 matches going on, Doug, and it's just tremendous 3-ring circus, and it never stops.
Yeah, even the championships are 3 matches going. You know?
Here we go, right in the middle.
Folks from all over the state are here packing the auditorium, Veterans Auditorium, which has been the scene of the state championships for a good long time. Still no score here at AA between Verba in the blue and Dimmitt in the gray. Because Dimmitt had already been warned, it's a penalty and Verba takes the lead 1-0.
That right, Larry? One red, isn't it? One red.
And that's
okay, here we
with
go.
only 19 seconds left, still in the first period.
Let's see some action, action. Fingernail mark.
8 seconds to go. Eagle Grove's Dave Verba, Grinnell's Greg Dimmitt.
Wipe him off.
Told you about
Okay,
the
got a
tussle
green one. Up,
for
down,
third
neutral,
place
defer.
at 1A, and there's the battle.
Green defers, red, up, down, to neutral.
Janesville and Lake Mills, 3rd and 5th right now,
Red
but
is
one of those
down.
two is going to take the
Second
lead
period
here in 3rd place,
One of them's going to have 3rd for good.
depending
Okay,
on what
both
happens
been warned.
between
Lot of
Thompson
action.
and
Here we go.
Isaacson. 1-0 at Double A, 189
Set, cover it.
pounds. This man, Verba, leads. Dimmitt, Grinnell starts on top. Verba got his lead on a penalty point.
Lot of action, lot of action. Let's go.
The referee is Richard Gray from St. Charles, Iowa.
Gotta see something, gotta see something.
Dimmitt is behind 1-0. Riding hard against Verba. The hip heist, Verba's out.
Verba, nice hip heist there.
Give
Good
it in there,
sit-out
give it in there.
action. Got out for the 1-point escape.
So he now takes a 2-0 lead.
That's your okay. I think you're okay. Right here. Get in, let's go.
Minute 21. Mike Allen.
Grinnell coach.
Neither man has had a takedown yet. They've been pretty much locking horns out there with no effect so far on their feet, although obviously they're working hard.
The match between Isaacson, the defending state champion from Lake Mills, and Thompson from Janesville is still tied 2-2 with 41 seconds left in the second period in 1A action.
At 3A, Horak of Jefferson is ahead of Lyman 1-0.
Help me out here, Blake. Let's see what you want. But
As you probably know by now, we've been doing it for quite a number of years. We set up our matches on the basis of a rotation system. We split the weights and just go with one level of classification each year, and then move it on to so they rotate in years, not knowing who's in what weight or anything about that ahead of time.
36,
it gives
right
an attempt at fairness in our coverage, and often we miss somebody that you might want to see, but we just haven't been able to find a better way to do it. And every once in a while, something will end early, and we'll get right over to see something happen. We were lucky in that last match when we were introducing the Iowa City wrestler. He got a pin. Just
That was quite a deal.
2-0 now in favor of Verba over Dimmitt, and again, the official Richard Gray is dissatisfied with maybe we should say their imagination here. He says you've not got to do something different, so he penalizes both of them.
In 3A, it's 2-0 with a minute and 47 seconds left. 2-0 in favor of Horak from Cedar Rapids Jefferson over Lyman from Marshalltown.
In 1A, it's 2-2, but there's a real scramble going on with early in the third period. And as a matter of fact,
Isaacson just wins his second state championship with a fall over Janesville's Thompson. A quick fall. Coach of the Year, Jamie Ball, gets a state champion, his second state champion, Mike Isaacson.
And it was a good match going on there.
Second state championship for Mike Isaacson.
It was a tough match, but it ended in a hurry when Isaacson caught his man. So there goes Lake Mills up in the third place. That's a trophy for Lake Mills.
That's a personal trophy for Jamie Ball as Coach of the Year, and a trophy for the team for third place. Quite a weekend for Lake Mills.
Now let's get our minds back on the 2A match here between Verba and Greg Dimmitt. A minute and a half to go in the match. Third period, 3-1.
We got hit in the eye right there. Dimmitt from Grinnell scores 2-0 still over on the 3A mat with a minute left in favor of Horak.
There have been 4 points scored in this match, and 3 of them on penalties.
Right here, as they go out of bounds, there the head hits Dumit in the face. So Dumit got hit by Verba's head.
Greg Dimmitt of Grinnell against Dave Verba. Let's take a look at 3A while we're waiting for this injury to be settled here. Trent Lyman and Jeff Horak are at it over there. It's 2-0 in favor of Horak of Jefferson against Lyman of Marshalltown. And that's Horak in the top position.
From Cedar Rapids, Jeff, coached by another Coach of the Year, Dick Briggs, Coach of the Year for Cedar Rapids, Jeff, and they're going to finish second. A real strong showing going against Lyman, Trent Lyman from Marshalltown, coached by Phil Henning.
Now the injury seems to have been taken care of on 2A. We'll be getting back to that here in just a moment. We're back. It's here 3-1 in favor of the man on the left, Verba over Greg Dimmitt of Grinnell. Now the next time it's 3-2 is in fact now, and I'm not sure where that second point came from for Dimmitt.
Cedar Rapids Jeff gets another state champion for Coach of the Year Dick Briggs. Jeff Horak, state champion, 3-0 win. 55 seconds left here in this match. It's 3-2.
Neither man's been able to take the other down. It's
who wants it, guys?
3-2 in favor of Dave Verba, and you hear the referee says, "Who wants it, guys?"
We'll find out. Both seniors. Last chance for each man to win a state title. Out of bounds with 29 seconds to go.
You need time? Red right here, injury red.
Now Verba's asking for time for an injury this time, and so they separate, go to their coaches one more time.
Right there you see they got it. They get pretty rough right here, but watch this. Oh, right there he just kind of gets hit on the head as they come down.
Neck twisted or something,
yeah.
Too, it could be.
He's ready to go, though.
This is Dave Verba of Eagle Grove. His coach is Dave Morgan out there with him.
Right here.
They're ready to go. It's 3-1 in favor of Verba. 3-2, I should say. 3-2 in favor of Verba.
Down 20 seconds left.
Now they've each been penalized, and we're going to get another one.
Stalling on Verba.
Now that ties it.
Underhooking, both people right here in the middle.
All right. The next penalty is 2 points for either man. So it's 3-3. They have to go at it or go to overtime.
Keep it in there.
3 seconds. We're going to go to overtime, friends. We've seen quite a few overtime matches tonight.
Yes, this is the 4th overtime I know that we've seen as we've covered.
1 minute.
All right, a 1-minute rest period before they go on into the extra session. You see the clock ticking up there. That's counting off the amount of time they get to rest, get coaching. And then we'll resume the match with those 1-minute periods, 3 1-minute periods. Dave Verba against Greg Dimmitt.
Okay, if we come over here
and we still have heavyweight yet to wrestle. 275-pound limitation. And of the 6 wrestlers in the heavyweight division, 4 are undefeated.
It's a tough field, and we've got defending state champions and undefeated wrestlers, and it's just going to be a real good heavyweight. A lot of heavyweight matches.
Well, we mentioned too that we have a Morning Sun heavyweight in there, Jay Malone, and let's go down to Dean Borg, floor reporter at the end.
Jamie Ball is the coach of the year. He's from Lake Mills. He just saw a thrilling match. In fact, we probably have it on videotape here. Let's take a look at it, Coach Ball, where your defending state champion, Mike Isingson, was wrestling Tolly Thompson. They were going 2-2, and then tell me what happened.
Oh, you bet. This is a rematch from districts. It's Mike's only loss of the year, and he was a big, strong kid. And Mike has technique and speed, and that's why he's a 2-time state champion, and he's a tough rider on top.
Here we go.
And he's a tough rider on top, and we knew if he could get on top and you know, basic half Nelson, turn him over. He's so powerful and strong.
See, they're going 2-2, and he turned him with a half Nelson, and that was it. Lake Mill's pretty strong program.
It's coming up. We told the kids last year we had 7 state qualifiers, and we had 6 back this year. And we told them, we said, we're going to bring home some heavy metal next year, and we did it this year. And in that match, just did it with Mike. He had to win that one to get 3rd place, and we did it.
Let's go back to this overtime. Thank you, Coach.
This is an overtime, thank you, gentlemen, between Greg Dimmitt of Grinnell in the light uniform, just walking back out in the center, and Dave Verba of Eagle Grove in the blue uniform. They're 3-3 in the first overtime period. They've wrestled about half of it. And neither man's been able to take the other down. Everything except one point that I've been able to see has been settled by a penalty. And there's the first takedown. Did it come in time? What happened?
They called some kind of potentially dangerous and illegal hold. Well, I don't know.
14 seconds left here in the period.
Here we are. He's got a hold of the chin. Now this is what the referee, he's got a hold of the chin, and he called some type of neck wrench and said no. He waved off the takedown, gave a point to Dimmitt, and if that's a penalty and Dimmitt can't go, Dimmitt would win the match. If that's a penalty, which it is, it appears to be, and Dimmitt cannot resume, Dimmitt would win this match. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think he's going to be able to get up and wrestle again. But that's the consequences of a move that's illegal that would keep another wrestler from wrestling because of injury.
That's what appears to have happened. We'll have to see how Dimmitt comes out of this. As he lies there, he has a 4-3 lead. 14 seconds to go in the first overtime period. We'll see it again.
Dimmitt drives in, countered by Verba.
Now watch the arm.
And there's the neck wrench, and he's got the chin. And the referee saw something there he didn't like, and I don't know that rule, except that oh, what? Now it's 5-3, Dimmitt. We're going to have to just kind of sort this one through, Doug.
Yes, I don't know what happened. Maybe somebody can get over there and find out for us what the score.
Okay.
How the score got to be 5-3.
Hey, you get after it again, okay, David?
Dimmitt, now we were looking at Dave Verba here, who was suddenly dropped behind 5-3.
Yeah, we're on our feet, Coach.
You're the official, Richard Gray, saying you're on your feet. And here we go back to the center.
Okay, we're both on our feet, guys. We're both on our feet, right here.
It appears that it was the 3rd time he's been penalized for an illegal move, and it's a 2-point penalty.
Next one, you're disqualified. Okay, ready?
Now, it might just be a cumulative for penalties, whether it's stalling or penalty, whatever. He's been penalized 3 times, Doug.
Yes.
On the 3rd penalty,
You have
it's
injury
2 points.
time. You were using recovery time on that one. He does not have any left. Larry, ready? Let's go.
5-3.
Ready?
And away we go. We still don't have any points for anything but penalties, and 1 escape by Dimmitt, by Verba.
Almost in trouble there, but not quite. No points going into the last, or going into the 2nd period now of the overtime.
Back on there, can we? We don't have it.
That's Dave
You
Verba
got time to
of
tape
Eagle
it. You got
Grove.
time to tape it.
Going to tape up his hand. This has been a most interesting controversy down here. A lot of people would rather watch him wrestle than watch him talk, but still, what's happening is...
Coach, he was on the chin. It was a neck wrench.
I know, but when
I
you
know.
slip, you know, you got it caught in the headgear. That's probably why he wrenched his
What are you talking about?
Now we're talking,
injury time,
listen to
not
the
using it or
referee.
what?
He's talking with Dave Morgan. You can hear him.
My concern is if it's bleeding, is that any
Yeah,
time or?
I don't have any problems with that. You know,
Okay, no, okay. They say they use it up, and that thing keeps coming off. That's...
if it's bleeding, we'll go ahead and wrap it, okay?
Apparently, Verba hurt his hand in that flurry.
Is that going to be comfortable wrapping both of them?
By getting his hand
Yeah, I don't
caught
have any
in
problems with
Dimmitt's
that.
headgear. And that's what happened in the flurry where
Okay, ready?
Dimmitt went up 5-3. We have a minute to go. Minute gone in the overtime period. We've only used 1 minute. So we've only this match to go, and then the heavyweights.
Okay, let's
before
go,
all
son.
39
Ready to go,
champions are going to be crowned in the state high school wrestling meet. This is the second
Okay, we
period.
got a red choice, up, down, or neutral, or defer.
Verba gets a choice.
Red is down.
Takes down, trailing by 2.
Here we go. Set.
Dave Verba of Eagle Grove. Greg Dimmitt of Grinnell.
We got to work a fall, work a series. You got the legs tied. Let's work.
This is the second overtime in as many matches for Dave Verba from Eagle Grove. He won an overtime criteria match over Tyrone Roberts from South Tama, who was the state champion last year in the semifinals. So Verba, who was second last year to Tyrone Roberts, turned it around in the semis and beat defending state champion Tyrone Roberts from South Tama. Here he is in overtime to see who wins the state championship.
But Dimmitt's doing a good job on top in this all-important second period.
Which has only got 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7. Yes, he did do a nice job, Doug, of riding him out. 1 minute left now.
5-3 in favor of Dimmitt.
Okay, green. Green is
And
down.
Dimmitt picks down for his turn. And he leads by 2.
Get in there and get set. We're ready, son. Okay, bottom man
Verba's
set.
last chance for a state title.
Top man, come on in.
Dimmitt's
let's go.
last chance for a state title. They're both seniors. Verba cuts off the first move. He has a minute here to make up 2 points. Decides he has to let Dimmitt out. I'm not sure it was entirely his choice. 6-3 in favor of Dimmitt. Verba asks for time.
Get back off. You need time or what? You got injury? Huh? Got injury time? You ready to go? Right here.
Referee Richard Gray of St. Charles brings him back to the center. The amount of time left, just over half a minute. Dimmitt in the gray uniform leads by 3.
.20 seconds left. 6-3 for Dimmitt from Grinnell.
Gotta see something, guys. Gotta see something. Let's work it.
Grinnell will go back into second place if Dimmitt wins.
And Verba would be second for the second year in a row.
Green, you're just in there. Green right there. We got 2 red.
There's a 2-point penalty against Dimmitt. That makes it 6-5. So if Verba could have taken him down, which he's not going to be able to do, he would have won. And Dimmitt wins 6-5.
Come from behind victory into overtime for Greg Dimmitt from Grinnell.
In a very difficult match. Dimmitt is the winner. Grinnell gets the champion. We're going to take a look at the team standings right now. You may have tuned in late and wondered how your teams are doing. The first places are all settled. But at 1A, first place was settled a long time ago. There's Lisbon way, way ahead. But Lake Mills is now third. Let's look at the 1A awards now.
171-pound champion from Logan Magnolia, Matt Straight.
Those are the awards for 171 pounds. Matt Straight beat Robbie Kamerling of Lisbon. Now we have the 2A standings before we see the awards. New Hampton up. Grinnell went into second place with Greg Dimmitt's win. Parkersburg and St. Ansgar third and fourth. St. Parkersburg, that's where it's going to end.
Sixth place, Dan Lane, Pella. Fifth place, Kobe Kreinbring, Northeast Community Goose Lake. Fourth place, Tony Damon, Osage. Third place, Matt Nerum, West Union, North Fayette. Runner-up, Sean Pippert, Louisa Muscatine Letts. The Class 2A 171-pound champion from New Hampton, Curtis Heidemann.
Kurt Heidemann of the state champion team. An individual medal to go with it. Now at 3A, before the wrestlers come up, let's look at the team standings here. It's West Des Moines Dowling. They crowned 3 titleists tonight to win a championship in Ron Gray's first year as coach.
And Jefferson in second place, over 100. When you go over 100, you're really doing something here in Betts Auditorium. So congratulations to both Jefferson and Dowling.
And West Waterloo's third.
Fifth place, Scott Bichette, Fort Madison. Fourth place, Rusty Van Wetsinga, Pleasant Valley. Third place, Pat Craver, West Des Moines Dowling. Runner-up, Ernest Middleton, Waterloo West. The 3A 171-pound champion from Iowa City, City High, Casey Hesseltine.
There's the pinner, and he pinned for a state championship right there, and happy Clyde Bean with 2 state champions from City High in Iowa City.
Let's go to Dick Trotter.
Okay, Doug, at 189 pounds in Class 3A competition, your champion, Jeff Horak of Cedar Rapids, Jefferson. Horak went into the match with Trent Lyman and defeated Lyman 3-0. So Jeff Horak, shown here, makes 3A Coach of the Year Dick Briggs a mighty happy coach. Now back to you, Doug.
Thank you, Dick. We're going to go to heavyweights now. These are the 275-pound limit class. And we'll begin. Well, we had a choice here. Let's go to AAA because we'll get a look at Justin Greenlee of Waverly Shellrock.
Well, I think Justin Greenlee's one of the other blue chip athletes. We talked about Jeff Thyler and some of the others, Shane Light, but Justin Greenlee is a blue chipper, 6'6", 240 pounds with a lot of room to fill in. He's looked at as one of the top heavyweight recruits in the nation.
And his brother, as you know, Joel Greenlee, was a great wrestler at UNI and is now in the international wrestling world. Kevin Weber.
There's the last time up in 1A match, Morning Sun and Northwood Kensett. That's the last time you'll see Morning Sun's green and white on the mat because their high school will be no longer. And it's nice to go out in a state championship match. And of course, and here's 2A.
Matt Carson of Osceola Clark and Parker Wilderman of Cherokee, Washington. And all the A and AA wrestlers are undefeated.
Not gonna watch this all night. Let's go.
So you're listening to heavyweight wrestling referee Mike Exline up at the AAA mat.
Well, this is going to be an interesting match because these 2 young men wrestled once before this year. It was 0-0 after the first period, and Weber had to default for injury.
Let's go. Get some
and
offense.
That was Weber's only
Get
loss.
Some offense.
Weber's only loss. We are scoreless here, 0-0. We want to remind you tonight that on our evening program schedule, we'll still have the Best of Bix later on tonight, featuring the West Des Moines Dixieland Band, followed by the Cream Farewell Concert, a unique film of the 1968 Farewell Concert at London's Royal Albert Hall, next on Iowa Public Television after the state championships are over.
Well, this is a real contrast in they're both getting called for stalling here. You know, they're not doing enough for the referee, but they're real contrast in builds right here. 6'6", 240, and then Weber, he is stacked and he really keeps good position. He's very hard to take out of position.
Greenlee on the left, Weber on the right. No score.
On the 2A mat, it's 2-0, 2-0 in favor of Wildeman, Parker Wildeman, who is undefeated from Cherokee. He's ahead 2-0 in the, well, getting ready for the second period over Matt Carson from Osceola Clark. And on the 1A match at the end of the first period, it's 2-1 for defending state champion Brian Moretz from Northwood Kensett over Jay Malone from Morning Sun. Two undefeated wrestlers. It's 2-1.
And so it is going to be the end, TJ, for Morning Sun, huh?
Yeah, don't get me talking about that. I'll get tears in my eyes. It's been a great tradition started by Bob Dara, the winningest wrestling coach in high school history, and John Siegel, the only coach to be Coach of the Year twice in the 80s, has really done a great job in the last 17 years for Morning Sun.
Turned out these great wrestlers during his time there. Morning Sun has put some great pictures on the wall. You're up there, aren't you?
They're closing because of enrollment, and they just couldn't keep the school open. And so the kids are going to go either to Winfield or Wapello, and it's just the end of the high school. They'll still keep a kindergarten to 6th grade there, but it's kind of sad, and it's the plight of rural Iowa and small towns.
1-0 is the score in this match because of a penalty against Weber, and he was just penalized again. And so now, very early in the second period, he has 2 penalty points. And it's 2-3. Good heavens, one more time and he's out. Well, that can't be. No, 3-0 after the escape. 3-0.
On the 1A mat, it's 2-2 now between Moretz, who won this weight class last year, and Malone from Morning Sun. 2-2, and it's 4-1 in favor of Parker Wildeman from Cherokee over Matt Carson on the 2A mat.
They're still struggling on their feet here at the heavyweight class in AAA. 55 seconds to go in the second period. 3-0 in favor of the man in black, Justin Greenlee. 2 penalty points and an escape.
Brian Moretz has now gone ahead 4-2. Northwood Kensett's Brian Moretz 4-2 over Jay Malone with 35 seconds left in the second period.
In the 1A match, Moretz has taken Malone down, and the North Kensett wrestler now leads 4-2 with about 25 seconds to go in the second period. And at AAA, it's still 3-0. Favor of the man on the right. Greenlee, who just went for a single leg.
Like I said, it's hard to get Weber out of position. He's got naturally good position, and he keeps it really, really well. Kevin Weber, Dubuque Hempstead, coached by Dan Dunham. And Rick Rubel, the coach of Waverly Shell Rock, Justin Greenlee's coach. There is a 2-point takedown.
Well, at that time, Weber got out of position.
Yes, he did. And you know what? That was Justin Greenlee snapping him down and forcing him out of position. It was a nice job by Greenlee.
And he takes the lead 5-0 at the end of the second period. So Weber gets his choice this time, and hasn't made up his mind yet.
Green takes down.
He will go under.
Let's go.
He wasn't quite sure what he should do.
Come on, Green, let's go. Set.
Score is 4-2 in favor of Cherokee's Parker Wildeman over Matt Carson from Osceola. 4-2 with 1.5 minutes left in the match. And with 1.5 minutes left in the match, it's 5-2 in favor of Brian Moretz from Northwood Kensett over Morning Sun's Jay Malone. Both undefeated. Jay Malone 36-0, Brian Moretz 31-0.
And a AAA.
Look at Justin Greenlee. He's got it. Oh, it's going to be a fall. It's a fall.
There it is.
Justin Greenlee, state champion.
In 4 minutes and 30 seconds. He was leading 5-0 when he drove Kevin Weber to his back and pinned him. A big win for Justin Greenlee.
50 seconds left in the 1A match. 50 seconds left. It's 5-2. Brian Moretz, Northwood Kensett over Jay Malone from Morning Sun.
And in the 2A, it's 5-3 in favor of Wildeman. Here's how Greenlee pinned Weber. When he got that half Nelson,
and he stuck him to the mat. He drove that. There's the fall. Mike Exline slaps the mat.
A big win for Justin Greenlee. At heavyweight, let's go to 1A. We'll watch Morning Sun. We'll watch the setting sun of Morning Sun.
That's right.
There.
Last time for the green and white.
Jay Malone in the white top in the green against Brian Moretz of North
He's going to have
Kansas.
to do something pretty big here. He needs 3 points. He's got 15 seconds to do it.
The defending champion is Moretz. He's undefeated, as is Malone. But he's in a good position to keep the...
He does it! He does it! He does it!
You got to keep your cool there.
Yeah.
Did he have it? He may have had the takedown, but I'm not sure he had the near fall. He couldn't
Boy,
get
he threw it there at the end, and I think it was 2-2, but I don't know whether the ref was standing up, and I don't know what. They should have been down.
He didn't call the takedown until almost at the end, and I think he felt he didn't have time for the near fall, but they're discussing it now. So it's
That's a great match, and that Moretz is a very tough man. Moretz and Malone, what a great match.
And it looks like it's going to go for Malone.
Now look at, let's see here.
And Moretz, his arm is raised. We may get a replay here of this, and if we do...
Let's see the replay. Right here, Jay Malone tries the last fling right here, and let's watch where the referee is. Now, right here, there's 2 points. He's right to his back.
Although
the match is not over right here. It looks like second state championship for Brian Moretz from Northwood Kensett.
But a good throw there by Morning Sun in the heavyweight match. The last throw that a Morning Sun wrestler will make.
In that match,
let's go to the awards right now for 189 pounds 1A.
Today, 189-pound award, 6th place, Jane Stoma, Gilbertville, Don Bosco. 5th place, Renee Zuniga, Columbus Junction. 4th place, Dave Green, Milford, Okoboji. 3rd place, Jason Anthony, Pleasantville. Runner-up, Tolly Thompson, Janesville. The 1A 189-pound champion from Lake Mills, Mike Isaacson.
He didn't call the takedown.
Presenting the Class 2A 189-pound awards.
Wrestling
Coach Mike
champions
Allen
now
of
of the
Grinnell.
top 6 at double A.
6th place, John Klinkenborg,
89
Parkersburg.
pounds.
5th place, Steve Fisher, Sheldon. 4th place, Tyrone Roberts, Tama, South Tama County. 3rd place, Jeff Kinsella, Creston. Runner-up, Dave Verba, Eagle Grove. The 2A 189-pound champion from Grinnell, Greg Dimmitt.
Greg Dimmitt from Grinnell, 189-pound champion in the 2A division. Now we're going to have the awards given also for the 189-pound 3As and then the heavyweights. Before the awards are given, for the teams. The top 3 teams in each division.
Coach Dick Briggs of Cedar Rapids Jefferson. 6th place, Eric Longden, West Des Moines Dowling. 5th place, Jermaine Reed, Des Moines East. 4th place, Bill Treelor, Sioux City West. 3rd place, Todd Folkedahl, Decorah. Runner-up, Trent Lyman, Marshalltown. And the 3A 189-pound champion from Cedar Rapids Jefferson, Jeff Horick.
Congratulations, Jeff. From Cedar Rapids Jefferson, he wins it in his senior year. Now let's see the final 1A standings quickly. Lisbon first, Clarksville second, Lake Mills finished third. Those are the final standings. We're going to have the awards here very shortly for the heavyweight class. They haven't come up on the stand yet, but they're just about there. They'll give them all together and then go to the team awards. Got kind of excited there in that heavyweight
That was
match.
a very exciting ending,
DJ?
you know, whichever way that went right there. That was a great effort by both wrestlers.
And here are the principals mounting to the stand. They have to get, they just finished, so they haven't had much time to get ready.
Boy, we had a lot of exciting wrestling tonight.
We did.
We really did.
These are the champions, and the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, top 6 at Class A in the heavyweight class. You have to make 275 pounds, though. And for the first time, we're seeing it both at the high school and the college level where people are cutting weight to make 275.
That's some good-looking heavyweights.
Class 1A heavyweight award,
That Justin
Coach
Greenley.
Ron Dodd of Northwood, Kensett. 6th place, Mike Marr, Riceville. 5th place, Chad Miller, Stuart Menlo. 4th place, Bryce Tubal, West Lyon, Inwood. 3rd place, Drew Brandt, Ackley, Geneva. Runner-up, Jay Malone, Morning Sun. And the 1A heavyweight champion from Northwood, Kensett, Brian Moritz.
Two-time winner, Brian Morris. Congratulations to Brian. We're going to take a look at the final standings in the 2A class as the 2A heavyweight wrestlers come up. New Hampton had it wrapped up going into the final round. Grinnell, with Dimmitt's win, took 2nd place. Well, that was a tussle, wasn't it, among the top 5.
Oh,
Parkersburg gets a trophy. The top 3 teams get trophies to take home. Parkersburg wins one, just barely over St. Ansgar and Winterset. So now let's go to 2A awards.
Awards, Coach Jim Llewellyn. Cherokee, Washington.
Those are some of the people here in Veterans Auditorium. We had a full house again tonight. They're watching the final set of individual awards before the team
Jim Llewellyn
trophies
of Cherokee,
are presented.
Washington, presenting the 2A heavyweight awards. 6th place, Frank Martin, Cedar Rapids Regis. 5th place, Darren Adams, Buffalo Center, North Iowa. 4th place, Mike Picard, New Hampton. 3rd place, Adam Boyson, Wapello. Runner-up, Matt Carson, Osceola Clark. And the 2A heavyweight champion from Cherokee, Washington, Parker Wildeman.
That's Wildeman's championship, an undefeated year. Now we're going to look at the 3A team standings just before we give the final awards. West Des Moines Dowling wins it. All their championship finalists won tonight. Jefferson 2nd, West Waterloo is 3rd, followed by Decorah and City High of Iowa City.
Presenting the Class 3A heavyweight awards, Coach Rick Rubel of Waverly Shell Rock. 6th place, Mike Sahlberg, Cedar Rapids Jefferson. 5th place, Matt Purdy, Cedar Falls. 4th place, Troy Peterson, Davenport West. 3rd place, Jason Anderson, Pleasant Valley. Runner-up, Kevin Weber, Dubuque Hempstead. And the 3A heavyweight champion from Waverly Shell Rock, Justin Greenlee.
Justin Greenlee, most impressive victory tonight. He forced his opponent Kevin Weber over to his back, leading 5-0. He won a fall. That's a good way to end it for a heavyweight or anybody else. Let's go to Dick Trotter for a Final Four report.
All right, Doug, in a truly exciting match, Parker Wildeman of Cherokee defeated the Osceola heavyweight Matt Carson by the margin of 7-4. And there you see Parker as he goes off the mat, defeating Matt Carson 7-4. Carson of Osceola with a championship in 2A competition. Doug?
And now let's go to Mo Kelly for tonight's team trophy presentations.
Members of the Board of Control of the Iowa Boys High School Athletic Association. To my far right is Robert Nielsen, Superintendent of Westside Arweva. In the middle is the Superintendent at Danville, Ronald Bickford. And next to Mr. Bickford is Doug Williams, Superintendent of Schools at Gilbert. Third place in Class 1A, if they'd come forward, 55 points, Coach Jamie Ball and Lake Mills.
Lake Mills did a good job here to pack away a trophy. Let's go to second place.
1A, 96.5 points. Coach Ron Peterson and Clarksville.
Like we said, Ron Peterson's really done a nice job at Clarksville, and it's a year in, year out. Clarksville is really tough, always challenging Lisbon. Lisbon was just too good on these 3 days this year.
We noticed that Clarksville had a lot of people out there. They had a good balance.
And our Class 1A champion, 1990, 158.5 points, Coach Brad Smith and Lisbon.
It's the Lisbon Light Show, but they're actually more than just the lights. There are plenty of good wrestlers on this Lion team. And tonight, Shane Light won his 4th state championship as an individual.
And there goes Brad Smith up on the shoulders
of some of his heavier wrestlers. You notice the small ones stay out from under.
All right, let's turn now to Class 2A. And to present the awards in Class 2A, members of the Board of Control of the Iowa Boys High School Athletic Association. To my far right is Doug Williams, Superintendent of Schools at Gilbert. In the middle, representing the Iowa Association of School Boards, we have Cal Leonard of Holstein. And next to Mr. Leonard is the Athletic Director at Atlantic, Roland Dyer. In Class 2A, third place, if they'd come forward now, they had 52 points, Coach Jay Llewellyn and Parkersburg. Our Class 2A runner-up, 54.5 points, Coach Mike Allen and Grinnell.
A big win in a tough match at the 189-pound class. Grinnell pulled out second place.
And the Class 2A champion, 73.5 points, Coach Arlen Severson and New Hampton.
New Hampton goes to the top step. AA state champions. They had it wrapped up coming into the final round. Happy young men from Northeast Iowa. New Hampton.
To present the awards.
Now we go to the
in Class 3A.
large schools.
3 members of the Board of Control of the Iowa High School Athletic Association. To my left is Terry Egan, principal of schools at Oskaloosa. In the middle is Cal Leonard of Holstein, who represents the Iowa Association of School Boards. And to my right is Dave Bechtel, representing the Department of Education. In Class 3A, third place, Coach Don Huff and West Waterloo.
That one will go into a trophy case that has plenty of other trophies in it.
Total of 83.5 points.
In West Waterloo.
West Waterloo.
As we showed earlier, West Waterloo has won more state championship titles, first places, than any other school in the history of Iowa wrestling.
And
17.
Lisbon just moved in to #2 spot with 12. And they've done that in the last 16 years.
With 102 points, Coach Dick Briggs and Cedar Rapids Jefferson.
Good year for Jeff. They were in it right to the end. They went into the final round with a 94-94 tie, but unfortunately they didn't have as many finalists as West Des Moines Dowling.
But they were as good, just not as many, because Dowling and
Right.
Jefferson won all their finals.
That's right. Nobody lost in those two teams last night.
That's right.
And our Class 3A champion, 109.5 points, Coach Ron Gray, West Des Moines Dowling. Wrestlers, both teams and individual
And they're the champions, West Des Moines Dowling. See Jeff Thyler there, straight in the middle of the picture. Three-time champion for Dowling.
Please go to your mat so we can proceed with the
But there was a lot of talent on that team, a lot of commitment as the season went on. As he said, they wrestle some of the best competition all over the Middle West.
They do. They go to Kansas City, they go to Minnesota, and they really do a nice job.
So the 64th annual high school wrestling championships are now history, and we thought it was a terrific meet. We had some good matches along the way.
I thought it was great. Every year, I just think it gets better every year.
And we, as we say, we have to say farewell to Morning Sun. Every once in a while, a school leaves to become part of another school. In this case, it just disappears, and kids go elsewhere.
It's been a great program, and I just pay tribute to all the people in Morning Sun for supporting it. You deserve it.
And we want to say thank you, of course, to Dick Trotter and Dean Borg, who've done so great a job over the years as floor reporters. Boy, they scramble around here and get a lot of information, talk to a lot of people. They know a lot about the sport. And once again, the team champions for 1990, Lisbon in 1A with a huge score, New Hampton in AA, and West Des Moines Dowling in AAA. We hope you will stay tuned for our evening program schedule, the Cream Farewell Concert, a unique film which captures the music group Cream's 1968 farewell concert at London's Royal Albert Hall. And that's next here on Iowa Public Television. And Tim, it's been a great season again.
It really
Look forward
has.
to seeing you next year. We'll have a lot of great things for you at home. I hope you enjoy wrestling here on Iowa Public Television. And for Tim Johnson and Dean Borg and Dick Trotter and a lot of other people, I'm Doug Brown. Good night for Iowa Public Television Sports.
Major funding for this program was provided by Friends of Iowa Public Television.